Hi and welcome to this video. In this one, we are going to build a NoteVault app using React, Zustand for state management, and Tanstack Router for routing. Very quickly before the start of the video, if you want to stay updated with the modern web development courses and content releases, please subscribe to my newsletter. The link is in the video description. Happy coding and learning. The main idea behind this video is to get you started and to actually teach you how Zustand works as an alternative for the context API of React. We use Zustand to manage state of an application. And I wanted to teach Zustand and how it works with Tanstack Router because I feel like I don't have enough content revolving this Tanstack, and I wanted to incorporate the Tanstack Router in this video for this app instead of my favorite library, which is React Router. Without further ado, let's just jump in and let's see what this app is and how it works, and then we're going to get started with the code. So there are going to be several different pages, and the routing, as I said, is going to be implemented using Tanstack Router. There is not going to be any page refresh. We're just going to go from one page to another page using routing. The first page that you can see right here is this is the Vault page where all the notes are going to be available. If you want to create a new note, you're going to click on this one. So we have this Vault page, we have the Notes page, and then we have the Tags page where we can create specific tags for specific notes, and we can basically filter notes based on the tags that they have. So inside of our Vault, we have this new note. So let's click on it. We go to this page, create new note. Let's add a title. I could say my new note 1, and then some description. I'm just going to copy paste this like a bunch. So I have this content here, and then I have the ability to create a tag right here. I could say new -1. And as soon as I add that, this tag is going to be selected by default. So if I click on it, now it is deselected, now it is selected. Let's create this. And as soon as you create the note, you will be redirected using Tanstack Router to that specific notes page. So for that specific notes page, we have the note title right here. We have the tag associated with that note. We have the description. And then we have this box that specifies when this was created and when this was last updated. We have the ability to edit this note. I could say like 1:1 and then save the changes. And then there is going to be some difference between this time. So here we have the date that it was created, and then almost 30 seconds later, the date that we updated that. And then we also have the ability to delete a specific note. And if you just say, okay, this is going to delete it for us. And there we go. But keep in mind, deleting a note doesn't delete its tag because we have a specific page for managing our tags. So we created this new one tag. We can go ahead and create another tag, hit enter, and that's going to create it for us. And now sometimes you say, okay, I want to have this tag, but I don't want to have it this name. So you're just going to click on this pen icon, and you will be able to change this name from from new 1 to new, let's say 22. Save this, and there we go. You also have the ability to delete a tag from here. So if you click on it and you say, okay, that's going to delete the tag for you. And so since we don't have any kind of notes, we don't see anything here. Let's go ahead and let's create new node 2, some text. Let's just copy paste it several times. And we could select this tag, and then let's just say create note. There we go. So if I go to my notes page, this is my note right here. And if I go to the Vault page, I still have that note as well. But the difference is that in the Vault, we can see all the notes. And if you hover on them, you're going to see the specific tag associated with that note as well. But if I go to my notes page, not only I see all the notes, but I also can filter based on the tags that a specific note has. So let's quickly create some more notes, some content, and let's say new to add tag, create this. And if I come right here, we have both of these notes right here. If I go to the notes, if I click on new one, we're just going to filter the notes that have this tag. And if I click on new two, we only filter based on that tag. Or we can just click on all to see all of them. And so this is going to wrap up the entire functionality of this application. And of course, everything is going to be committed to our local storage using Zustand middleware. And I'm going to show you how you can come up with that, how you can write it and really understand it. And of course, much like any other project that I built, this is fully responsive. It doesn't matter how small the screen size is or how big it is going to work. Let me just go like this. Let's zoom this out a little bit. So if I go, and there is quite a bunch of layout changes when I actually try to make this responsive. So there is like a lot of differences when it comes to the responsiveness of this. You can take a look at this navigation on the top. You can see it changes drastically. And then here, if you go to create a new note, this is also fully responsive. So there we go, right there. And it doesn't matter how large the screen size gets, it's always going to be responsive. And let me now put it on the right-hand side of my editor, right there. Let's zoom this out a little bit. So here we have our completed application right here. And here we have the project. So I have scaffolded a very simple project using Vite. And let's take a look at our dependencies. So for dependencies, we have our Tanstack Router right there. Let me highlight it better. Here we have our Tanstack Router, and we're going to use Lucid React for the icons. We have our React, and then we have the latest version of Zustand. And here are our dev dependencies, in which I should point out that this application is styled using Tailwind CSS version 4. So as soon as version 4 was the major version, released version, I typically create all my projects, new projects with Tailwind CSS version 4. So this is our package.json. You can just go ahead and get started with this pretty quickly. This is very simple. This is something that I've done for all of the apps in this series so far. And inside of our source, we just have these files. Now, there is a couple of more settings that I need to show you for our Tanstack and Tailwind CSS to start working. And these are, we have imported Tailwind CSS right here. And you should add it as a plugin here as well. And the same thing goes for React Router right here, where you should add that as a plugin here as well. Tanstack Router Vite. If you don't do this, you're not going to have something that's called a route tree that Tanstack actually creates for us automatically. That is going to handle routing. So I think this part is done. Let's jump into our index.html. In here, I have just changed the title, and I've made sure that this index.html, it points to our index.css, in which I have imported Tailwind CSS. So this is the setup for Tailwind CSS version 4. Now that these two are done, inside of our app, we don't have anything. We just have something that returns an app, the app string. So if I just run this, and if I click on this, there we go. We just have this single word. And we have this main where I haven't done anything. So that's it. That's it for our setup. So let's get started with the app. Now, the way that I'm going to go about this is I want to first implement the routing. And during the implementation of the routing, since every route requires some sort of JSX, some sort of HTML content, we are going to create the specific pages as well, but we're not going to populate them with real JSX. We're just going to return simple text for now because we want to handle routing first. And then we're going to get started with the Vault page, and subsequently we're going to go to our other pages. So if I were to just increase the width of our browser a little bit, On the left-hand side, this is NoteVault app. We have our NoteVault app that we're working on. And on the right-hand side, let's zoom this out better. This is our completed app. So we're going to take a look at this and we're going to implement it right here. Before starting with anything else, the first thing that I want to do is I want to stop this development port. I don't want it to run because until we have that route tree, as I talked about, there is going to be a little bit of errors right there, and we might see that in our web page as well. And I don't want to see that. So I just want to go over how we can implement that, and then we're going to start the port again. So when it comes to Tanstack Router and how you can implement routing, that's extremely different. That's drastically different from the way you would set up React Router. And in my opinion, implementing React Router is extremely easier than implementing Tanstack Router. But that doesn't mean that you should not learn Tanstack. Tanstack has gotten really popular. We use for React, it used to be that we would use React Query. Now it is called Tanstack Query. And they have released a new framework, full stack framework for React, which is called Tanstack Start, on which eventually I will create tutorials here on YouTube as well. So it is getting more and more popular, and I feel like it's time for us to maybe abandon our archaic ways and adopt new ways and new ways of routing for React applications. So that's why I'm focusing more and more on Tanstack. And if you're wondering, there is actually another video in this tutorial series, and that's an issue tracker, quite a long video, several hours, but there I actually compare React Router with Tanstack Router. There is an app that we're going to build, and I compare that. So that's like a way thorough comparison between those two. And in this video, I'm not going to compare Tanstack with React Router. I just want to teach you how Tanstack works. All right, enough with the theory. Let's jump into code. So when it comes to Tanstack, the first thing that you should create is a folder that should be called routes. Now, when you're implementing routing, there is a lot of configuration that not necessarily makes sense sometimes, especially if you're a beginner, but you need this configuration for routing to work. The first thing you need to do for Tanstack is create a folder that's called routes. And in here, there is a very, very specific file that you need to create. That's /root.tsx. And just hit enter, and we just created that. Now keep in mind, if your development server is running, this file might be populated with some content. So if you create it and immediately see some content in here, some code in here, some basic boilerplate for implementing the root of our routes, don't worry, that's just automatically generated. That's why I basically stopped that port, because I don't want anything to be generated here. I want to show you how all of this actually works. So right here, we want to create some routes, right? So let's just get started with creating them. Now, since this is our root file, we want to create the main root file, or the root route. So the method that we're going to call is going to be create root route. Let me zoom this in a little bit and close that. And in here, what we're going to pass in is a component. And why do we want to pass a component? Because we want to show something when the user goes to this route. So you need to keep in mind the way I pronounce these words. This is route, where a user goes and then they see some sort of HTML. And then this is root of our routes. So the root or the root route. All right. I hope this is not confusing. English is my second language, so I'm sorry if I can't pronounce it correctly. So now that that's out of the way, we want to create a root route, and that is going to be responsible for displaying a component. And you might be asking, why do we want to display a component? Because you need to remember what a component does. A component returns JSX. JSX, when it goes to the browser, is simple HTML. The only thing that the user sees is HTML. The user doesn't see React, JavaScript, whatever. The user just sees HTML and CSS. So you need to show HTML. And how do you return HTML? In React, you return it from a component by returning JSX. So that's why we need to return some sort of a component here. And I'm going to call this component, and you should call it component. Now, it's easier for us to write the name of the component here and declare it somewhere else rather than creating the component in line. That's going to make it unreadable. So I'm going to call the component layout, and I'm going to come right down here and I'm going to create a component. Now, how do I create a component? A component in React is a simple JavaScript function. So first go ahead, create the function, and that's going to give you a basic idea of what the component should do. Now, once you create the function responsible for the component, return something from the function. It doesn't matter at this stage what that is. I could just say layout, just return something. Now, once you return something, that thing is going to be JSX, HTML, all right? That's easier for you to return and understand. And then try to implement the logic, the functions, and the states, and the hooks, and all the other parts. So we want this to return a simple string called layout for us. But now I need to export this component as well so I can actually use it in the main part of my application. So I have this app. So far, what I can see is this app. This root has nothing to do with the app. I need to connect it. And the way that I can connect this is to actually send it. So how can I send it? I need to store it somewhere so I can send it. So I'm going to say export const, and typically this is going to be called route. And yeah, that should be it. So let's save this. So we created the route, and then we exported that as well. So far, everything's clear. Now we need to catch that inside of our app. So I'm going to come right here. How do we catch that? Now keep in mind, when it comes to routing for React applications, whether that's React Router or Tanstack Router, they need to surround your entire application. So in here, what we are going to do is we are going to say, I don't want to return a simple text that says app. I want to return something that's called router provider right here from Tanstack Router. And this router provider, this is going to need something that's called router. And where do we get this router from? Let's come above here. So in here, I'm going to get the router. So this router is going to come, let me initialize it as well. This is going to come from for us from a method that's called create router right here, and we imported that from Tanstack Router as well. And this actually comes from an object that I previously called this route tree. Now this route tree is something that is being generated, that will be generated automatically. So you should not worry about it. You should not generate it because we have added the Vite plugin. But since we don't have that generated so far, you can see below the main, there is nothing. So we have not generated that. We need to import it manually. So in here, I'm going to say, give me this route tree from where? From a file that has not yet been generated, but I'm still going to get it. So route tree.gen. This is the file. Now we're not quite done yet with our configuration. So we know all of that. What we need to do is we need to pass in the router right here, and we are sort of done inside of our app file. But there is just one error. Now, every route, it requires an index, because even though we said we want to return something, but we didn't actually specify the specific route that we want to show. We didn't specify that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to create a file, and this file has to have this name, index.tsx. And the reason that it has this name is whenever we go to our main route or our root route, we're going to show the component that is coming from here. That's something that we want to show. So how do you set this up? Since this is a component, this is going to return something, remember? So I'm going to say export const route. And what do we use here? Now, we created the main route using create root route, but we just have one main route. The other ones are going to be file routes, as they are called in Tanstack. So we're going to have create file route, and we imported that as well. And what do we pass in here? We pass the same kind of thing that we passed into root. We pass in a component. So I could just copy this, come right here. But of course, we don't want this component to be called layout. We want it to be called something else. Now, this component is going to be responsible for showing the main page of our application. And I've called this component the NoteVault page component. So this NoteVault page is going to be shown once the user goes to our page. But keep in mind, so far, I have not actually set up the route itself. Where is the route? This is the component that is responsible for showing something, but the route comes right here. So I'm going to open up another pair of parentheses, and in here I'm going to open up quotes, and I'm just going to pass in /. Now / in applications, routing means the home page, the main route. So this 5173, it in fact has a /. So if you add it or don't add it, it doesn't matter. So if I just add it and hit enter, you can see we are redirected to our main page. So far, everything is perfect, right? So I'm going to try to just make this a little bit more readable for us. So we have our main route. We said, okay, I want this component to be responsible for that route, but I want to also show the title when I go to this route. And the title comes from something that's called context. So on the context, I have an object. This is going to be an object, and the object has a member that's called title. And what title do I want to show? I want to show this title. So you can see it says right here. It says Vault. Perhaps in the app that we're working, we could show Vault app, a different title. Now, there is an error because we don't have this component. So I'm going to come right here. I'm going to go to source. I'm going to create a folder, and I'm going to call this folder pages because I'm going to have several pages in here. And I'm going to create a file, pass that in .tsx. Let's come right here, export, default, any component, just try to create the syntax for it first. And then what do I want this to return? I just want it to return a simple text. Let's import it here as well. Let's just import it. And there we go. We just imported that. Let's save this. One last thing that I'm going to do before running our port again is I'm going to come to our root. Instead of this layout, now we have a component. We have this NoteVault component, and we want to show this text. So I no longer have to fix this, and I need to use another thing that is given to me by Tanstack Router. And that is a component on its own as well. So that's called outlet. Outlet is basically a placeholder for any component that goes to that specific route. So this outlet is actually a placeholder for the content that the user is going to see when the user goes to any part of our application. So let's save this. Let's come right here, and I'm going to run our server. And there we go. Our server is up and running. Let's refresh the page, and there we go. We got this NoteVault page, and all the errors are gone. Why are all the errors gone? Because now we have this file, route3.gen.ts. Now you could open this, you could take a look at this, but please don't touch this. Don't do anything in here, because this is generated. This is basically the configuration for all of our routes for our application, and everything is right here. So if you touch anything, you change anything, this is going to break down. You don't have to do anything here. And if you create new routes, all of that is going to be automatically added here because our server, our port is running. So all the routes are going to be automatically added to this route tree.gen.ts. Therefore, you don't need to do anything. So I did take a little bit more time to explain how this routing works, and I need to explain this outlet a little bit more. So this outlet serves as the child content. So if I am on the main route, the child content that is going to replace this is going to come from my NoteVault page. If I go to my notes page, the child content that's going to replace the outlet is going to be that specific component responsible for this route. Now, since our routes are dynamic, we don't have one component for our entire application. We have several different components, different HTML. That's why we write this here, because this outlet is going to change depending on which page you are. So if you fix this, if you hard code this, it doesn't matter how many routes you have, you're always going to see this. And we don't want to hard code this. In fact, I could show you right here. So if I were to go ahead and hard code this, let's say hard-coded layout does not change. Let's save this. Now, if I come to my page right here, where is our text? Where is this text? Now, it doesn't matter how many routes I create, I will always see this hard-coded content. Now, since I don't want to see that hard-coded content, I want to see dynamic content depending on which route I am. That's why I'm just going to pass an outlet here. And that's why Tanstack Router, it has given us this. Now, since I'm always talking about semantic HTML, if I come to my HTML right here to the body, we have this div that simply has a text inside of it. Now, this div is our root of our React application. And if you're not sure, this is where that div is coming from. We have a div that has an ID of root. Don't touch that, just leave it be. And this outlet is just showing the content right here. And that's not the way that I would go about it. So I am going to actually cut this. I'm going to create a main element and I'm going to put this in there. So whenever I go to there, the content is always going to be inside of my main. And this is how I'm going to go about this. So there is going to be this main. And for the main, I am going to apply some Tailwind classes. I have a lot of tutorials here on my YouTube channel for Tailwind, and I don't want to talk about Tailwind in this video because we already have a lot to talk about when it comes to Zustand as well as Tanstack Router. So just Tailwind for now is besides the point, but if there is anything unique about the classes that we use, I will be sure to explain it. These are just some padding on the x-axis and some padding on the y-axis, and that's it. So now that we have implemented this route, let's go ahead and implement the rest of the routes. So we implemented the main route right here, and I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to implement the notes, the tags, the edit, as well as the specific route for specific notes. All right, so what should I do here? I'm going to close this as well for now. I'm going to close the app. We are not going to need this, I believe, anymore. So let's just close that. I am going to keep this open. Now, if I go to the index just once more, if I come right here, we have this title that we said, okay, Vault app, but it doesn't show that. It says NoteVault app that actually is coming from our index.html. So how can we show that? The way that we can show that is we need to configure that inside of our root. So let's go ahead and let's configure that first, and then we're going to get started with the next routes. So we want to communicate with a part of the browser, and in short, we want to communicate with some sort of a browser API to get the title and change that title. So we know that when you're communicating with something outside of your application, typically you would use a use effect hook. And we are going to use a use effect hook as well. But before using that, we need to get an array of matches. That's what Tanstack Router calls it. And within that array of matches, we're going to have our title member. So this title member, which is coming from the context, we need to get this context inside of our root. And how do we get this context? First off, let's get our array of matches, and then from the array of matches, we're going to get our context. And in the context, we have the title, and that's how we're going to change the title of our page. So I have this method, or I have this hook that is called use router state, and this is going to be given to us by Tanstack Router. Sorry, this is not user, this is use router state. There we go, we got it. And this is going to give us something that's called matches. Let's initialize that as well. Const, oh, come on. Const, there we go. I just initialized that. And on this matches, we're going to get, now keep in mind, the way you're going to get the title is going to be the deepest match. So you take a look at your list of titles or URLs, and you always get the deepest, and the deepest is going to be the one that you are currently on. That's how it works. So I'm going to get the matches. How am I going to get the deepest? I'm just going to say the last item, length -1. This is going to give me the last item. And what did I say? I said this is going to be our active title or active URL, or in this situation, I'm just going to call it our active match. Now on this active match, if I do a dot, let's take a look at what we have here. So we have all of this info. Take a look at this context. We have the context. Now this is the same context that we've used here. So when I have a context, the context itself is going to be a function for me. But what does the function return? The function returns an object, which is called title. So I'm going to just copy that, come right here, put it on the other side of the equality. So this returns a title for us, and the title is going to be Vault app. Let's initialize this as well. Const, and let's save this. The reason for this is because we should provide an equality sign here. And now let's save that. Now here is our title. Now this is the title of the page if there is no other title available for the page, aka this is a fallback title. So do you want to have a fallback title for your app? Then you're just going to add it right here. Otherwise, you're just going to have this title. So we got the title. How am I going to change the title? We have this document. That is our browser. That is the active web page that we're looking at. And on the document, we have a ton of stuff. And most of these you've worked with. You have this query selector of the good old days of JavaScript, right? So all of this is available on the title. And the title is, all of this is available on the document. And the title is available on the document. So I want this title, which is available on the document, to be equal to the title that I got from Tanstack Router. And I want to change this. And how many times do I want to change it? When do I want to change it? Because if I leave it like this is going to keep re-rendering the title of our web page. And that's not efficient. So I only want this to be re-rendered when I'm changing the routes. So it's better if I just use a use effect right here. And this use effect is going to run a function for us. And within the function, what are we going to run? We're going to run document.title. But then I don't have anything in here that the use effect should depend on. Because as I said, I don't want this to keep re-rendering when React re-renders our UI. I want it to be re-rendered when we change the title, aka change the routes. And how do I do that? I pass something in here that the use effect should depend on. If you pass in an empty dependency array, the thing that you want that use effect to change for you, that's going to be changed only once. And that's when React mounts the component. That's called the initial mounting phase. That's only going to change once. If you don't have any dependency array, it's like if the use effect doesn't have any dependency array, it's the same as if the use effect doesn't exist. Because in this scenario, the use effect is going to change the title every time the component re-renders, which is not something that we want. So we need to pass in something that the use effect should depend on in order to change our title, and that is the title. That's what we want the use effect to depend on. So as soon as I do that, and you take a look at the title, now it says Vault app, and it comes from here. So I can just show it to you. So if I say 123 and save it, now it says 123. And again, you could pass in a fallback title right here. I could say NoteVault. It's a good idea if you pass in a fallback. That's a good idea. So if this, for some reason, this is not configured well or correctly, we're going to always have some title for our application. So this part is done, and next up we are going to continue with routing for our application, and then we're going to jump into creating the components. Let's move on to create the tags page, and after that we're going to talk about the notes one. So if I come right here, we can see so far we have this routes folder. You need to always keep in mind how your routes are arranged, so you know where which route goes. If I go to my tags route right here, it is /tags. So it is going to be a child route, a direct child route of our root route. So we already have this root route, which is Vault. We have one child route for it, direct one, which is nodes, and the other one is tags. Now, since this is a direct child, the only thing I need to do is right click here, create a new file, and just provide the name for this one. So this is going to be tags.tsx. And as soon as I do that, because the server is running, this development port is running, I get this simple boilerplate. And this comes actually if you have this route tree. If you don't have it, this is not going to be generated. Now, this is a good thing. This is a very good thing. The reason for this is because this gives you a rough idea of how your route is going to look like. And it knows, it can basically predict what you want to do here. And I think this is a very nice feature that Tanstack Router has. So let's dive into this auto-generated. I did not write this. This was auto-generated because the port is running and there are no errors. So we have this create file route. Now we can compare this with this index. We have within the index, we also have this create file route, which we use to signify a route to which the user can go. So this route that the user can go to is /tags. So that's a direct child of our root route. And when the user goes there, the user can see this component, this root component. Okay. And what does this root component return? Now keep in mind, if you go to a specific route, it should return some JSX so we can show it in the browser. And what is that going to return? That's going to say, hello, this specific route. So if I were to come right here, and if I click there, say /tags, I should be able to see this text. And there we go. I'm seeing that. Now, the route has been handled for us, but the content is not this content. I don't want it to show this div. I want it to point to another component, which is within this pages component. I want it to point there. So I can rearrange this to look more like my index. And how can I rearrange it? So instead of this root component, this route component, I'm going to say point to tags page, the component that I have not created yet. And there is something else that I want to add here. If you are on that page, make sure the title reflects that as well. So let's just write it. So what should be the title? Now, if I go to my tags page, you can see it says tags in the browser tab. So I can just say tags. And there we go. Now we no longer need this. We basically replaced it with this one. Now keep in mind, I didn't touch any other part because all of the other parts are perfect. Now the only thing I need to do is I need to create this. So let's come right here. That's a new page.tsx, export default. Remember, we are just trying to make sure that our routes are properly functioning, and then we're going to change the content data for individual components. Just return tags page. Yeah. If I come right here, reload the page, we need to import that here as well. Let's save this, reload the page, and there we go. Now it points to that specific component. Okay, that part is done. Now let's talk about the notes one. And I'm sure now you're actually getting the hang of this Tanstack Router, how to create routes, but there are a little bit more stuff, a little bit more intricacies that I need to basically let you know. Now, when it comes to this notes, why didn't I go with notes? I jumped to tags. The reason for that is because this is a little bit more complicated. So we have this notes. If I click on any new note, take a look at this address bar. So we have our, let me highlight that. We have our / for the main route, then we have the notes, and then there is another / new. So this suggests that this / new is a child route of our notes route. So notes route is going to be the kind of route that is going to have a child route inside of it. Now, if I were to create a notes route within this routes, or within this routes folder, how can I create it? I need to create another directory because that directory, only directories can hold files, right? Files cannot hold files. So I need to add in there another file. And that's the beauty of Tanstack Router here, where if you want to create a child route for another child route, you can use folder-based routing. So if I create a folder right here, not file, sorry, let's just click on it. What am I doing? So if I create a folder and I call it notes and I add an index in here, this is going to be a route. And that's very good, right? So I'm going to right click and I'm going to say index.tsx. And as soon as I hit enter, remember, it's going to generate that route for me. So we have this simple boilerplate, and this is exactly, aside from the component that it loads, this is exactly what we want. So we want this notes to be a child of the main route, but then there is another / after the notes indicating that this will have a child route appended to it. And that's exactly what we want. So within here, what is the child route that we want to add? That's new. So within on the notes folder, right click, create a file. What should that be called? Keep in mind, the name of the file that you specify, that's going to be your route. So it's going to be tsx, and as soon as I do that, there we go. Isn't this exactly like this one? Isn't this exactly like what I have here? And now you know how you can do child routing and how you can do folder-based routing in Tanstack Router. Very simple, right? And now the only thing that we need to do is we need to change the component that it points to, because I want the notes component to point to my notes file or my notes component, and I want the new route to point to the to some kind of a component that is responsible for creating a new note. So in here, let's just first let's go to the index. So this part is okay. Instead of this, for the index, which is this notes, I want to create a component that's called notes list page. Let me copy that. So since this is a page, let's just create it here. TSX export default function this and return this. Let's save this. And now I am going to import it as well. And we no longer need this one. Let's save that. So the index is okay. So if I were to delete the tags and go to notes, hit enter, you can see it says notes list page. This is being read from the component that we created. Let's close that. Let's close the tags page, this one as well. So we have this index for our Vault app. Let's close that one as well. What about this new? So for the new, what I'm going to do is, this is going to be a little bit different, because this new is not only going to be responsible for creating a new component or a new note, this is also going to be responsible for editing that note. So this is where it's going to get a little bit more complicated. So what do I mean by this? Now, we are here. Here we can create a new note. That's all fine and well. If I click on any specific note, take a look at the URL bar. What is happening there? So we have our notes, and then I have /, and then I have this giant number. What is that? That's actually the ID for this specific note, because we want to keep track of our notes. So every note should have a specific identifier so we can distinguish them from one another. That's okay. This means that I need to create another route that is a child of this notes. That's fine. But you need to keep this in mind, that this ID is going to be different for different notes. So for note 3, the ID is, if I take a look at the last part of it, it's AE3B80. Let's take a look at this one. You can see it's completely different. So these two notes, they have completely different IDs, but the structure, the main architecture of the route stays the same. We have our main route, we have the notes, and then we have that ID for that specific note. Now, this is not the complicated part. The complicated part comes when you click on this edit. So when you click on this edit, we keep all the remaining route. We keep all of that. But then we add a different route to it, that is edit. So you can see it's a child route of a child of a child. So it goes 3 levels down. So as many levels you go down, those many folders you're going to need, if those levels are going to have children associated with them. For the first level, we didn't do any folder. The reason that I'm explaining this is because this is extremely important. So for the first level of the child, which was this tags, since the tags didn't have any child of its own, we didn't need a folder-based routing for it. We just provided a file, and that specified the child route. But for notes, we have children within the notes, and then we have children within the children of the notes. Therefore, we need to provide them within folders. This is how you structure them. Now, this is going to be a little bit more complicated than the way we would structure this kind of a routing, dynamic routing plus child-based routing in React Router. React Router makes this extremely easier to do, but I believe this is really important for you to understand as well. So this is how Tanstack Router does it, and I'm going to teach you all the ins and outs of it as we are moving forward. As you can see, I'm putting a lot of effort into really making sure that you really understand this. Now, the thing with this edit page, you can take a look at the structure of the HTML. Take a look at it. Take a look at this. This page is the same page as this one. If you create a new note, and if you if you create a new note, or if you edit an existing note, both are the same component, because this is a React app. Now, why should I create a different component when the structure is the same? Everything is the same. Why should I have 2 different components? One component can handle both situations. Now, with React, that's easy, but going into routing, that's going to be a little bit more tricky for us to achieve. Now that you know how this works, let's take a look at what component do we want to feed into this new. So first off, let's take a look at this component. So this component is going to be called Note Edit Page. And that's exactly the reason behind it, because this is a note edit page that you can use to create a new note as well. Now, all of this explanation was for this. So if you see this, you're going to say, okay, this is a new note. Why does it say note edit? Because both of them are the same thing. I could say note edit or note edit or new page, but then that's a long name. I'm just going to say note edit page. Let's copy the name, come right here. Let's create the page, and we are moving forward a little bit slowly but smoothly. Export default function. This is the name of this. And what should this return? Note edit page. That's the only thing I wanted to return. There we go. So now that this part is done, this part is done. Let's close this. Let's come right here. So if I were to go to notes, and if I say new and hit enter, it says note edit page. So we went 2 levels down. It's time for us to go another 2 levels down, and then we should add another level to it as well, which is going to be 3 levels. So on this note, let's just recap this. So if I click on this note, on any note, it's going to have a different ID, but that ID is always going to be appended to its parent, which is notes. Now I'm going to right click on this notes folder, and I'm going to create a different folder here. But since I want dynamic routing, what do I mean by dynamic? Every note is going to have a different ID. So that's not static, that's dynamic, because it's changing. The ID is changing, and in conclusion or conclusively, that changes our route. So when the route changes, that becomes a dynamic route. And the way you can denote a dynamic route is using the $sign. So if you put in a $sign, that's going to be a dynamic route. And the same thing goes for React Router as well. And after that, you need to provide the name of your route. What do you want the name to be? Well, I don't know what the name is, because the name is going to be different. It could be for every note, the ID is different. So I still need to provide some sort of a placeholder. So I'm just going to write here note ID. Keep in mind, the I is actually capital. I'm going to hit enter. Now, this is still not a route because it doesn't have an index.tsx. So let's go ahead and let's create the index.tsx for this one. And I'm going to come right here, click. Now, keep in mind, you click on this dynamic route, $ note ID. On there, you click, and inside of there, you create an index.tsx. And as soon as I hit enter, you are sure to see some sort of something in here. Now, this thing is going to be different. So let's save this. Let's actually try to go to this. You can't actually go to this page because this page is going to be dynamically generated for us. But nonetheless, what I want to do here is, instead of having this, I want to be able to show some sort of a component when I go to some page that has an ID like this. So let's actually try to create the component first and try to come up with a way to get to this route. Since this is a dynamic route, it changes, and I have no idea what this route is at this point, because I don't type it in my completed app. I just click on any note. So if I click on this note, it goes to that route. I don't actually type it. So I don't know this ID. I don't know it by heart. It's going to be different. And let's just explore how we can get there if we were to type something. So in here, we basically, when you go to notes /note ID, what page is it? It's that specific page for a specific individual note. So you could call it note details page. And now let's copy this and create it, .tsx, and export default function. And this one, and what do we want to return? We want to return note details page. Now, let's save this, close this, import it here as well, save this. And now, how can we get to this page? Let me just collapse that part. So I'm going to come right here. Now, we have this new, we no longer have this new. So instead of new, if I say /123 and hit enter, there we go. We are on the note details page. Why does it work? Because we said dynamic route. Now, keep in mind, a dynamic route could be anything, any combination of numbers. So if I say 1, 2, 3, A, B, C, This is still going to work because this is a dynamic route. Now, if your application is like this, the 404 page, you might be having this question. The 404 page doesn't make sense anymore because if I write anything at the end of this, that's going to be my dynamic route. But as soon as I do / I don't know, like ABC and hit enter, then we have our not found page. Now, the way routing in React applications, if you are a beginner, the way routing works is once you handle a route, that's going to work forever. Only the routes that are not handled by specific React components, they are going to throw not found, right? They're going to throw the 404 error. And if you go to any website on the planet, and you try to reach a route on their website that doesn't have a specific component or doesn't have specific HTML written for it, that's going to throw a not found error for you. Any page, you can just go to any website and do that. But as long as you're going to a specific route or any dynamically generated route, there is not going to be any not found page. Now keep in mind, you never type this because when we are in our notes application, we click on a note and then the Tanstack Router is going to generate this automatically for us. So you don't have to worry about your application not handling 404 pages correctly. All right, so far I'm sure everything is making sense and we are just one route away from being actually completed here. And that route is going to be our edit route. So if I'm right here, if I click on edit, now keep in mind, the edit for a specific note should refer to that specific note only. I am on my new note 2. I click on edit. Should I open the edit page for note 1, note 5, note 10, note 100, or I should open the file or the page that relates only to this note because I am on this page. So when I click on this, the route has to be appended to this ID for this specific note. That's why the route is appended there, because this edit belongs to this ID. That's why it is added to that ID. If it didn't belong there, I wouldn't have added that. And it is going to be different. So if I go to my note 3 and click on edit, you can see this edit right here, this page that you can see here, this belongs to this ID, It belongs to that ID. Reload the page so we can get the edit back. I mistakenly deleted that. So now this edit route belongs to this specific page. That's why it's being appended to this ID. So now that that part is clear, we know that the ID should have a child. And if it should have a child, and does that child will have another child? No. There is no route in this specific application that is going to be appended onto our edit. Our edit is the deepest route that we are going to go. That's going to be the deepest one. So in here, let's come right here. Let's right click and I'm going to create a new file. Now, if this edit would have a child, we would create a folder and then put the child inside of that folder. But since it doesn't have anything, we're just going to say edit.tsx, hit enter. We get the same thing, a simple boilerplate, and we get rid of the bottom part, the top part, we replace it with the component that we want to come right here. So that's going to be note edit page. Because both of them, note edit page and new note, as I said, they are the same. That's why it's gonna be called that. Now take a look at this one. It's exactly the one that we have in our completed app. We have notes and then some dynamically generated route, but whatever that dynamically generated route is for that specific note, we're gonna append edit onto it. Really simple, right? It just have to pay attention until it clicks. And once it clicks for you, you're gonna never forget this. Now, the last thing here for us is to create this page, TSX. Whoops, sorry. We have already created that. I kind of forgot that. So we already have that. We just have to import it here. Now, if I come right here, if I go to ABC, that doesn't exist. But if I go to anything /edit, hit enter, we get our note edit page. Now, the titles, I forgot to actually fix them. So let's just start from index. For index, we have the Vault app. For tags, it says tags. That's okay. Let's jump into our notes. So for notes, we have this index. We didn't add the title, so let's add that. I'm going to say context. This is going to be a function that's going to return an object on which there is a title. And what is the title of this? If I go to notes, it just says list. Let's just say list. And now if I go to notes, let's delete that part. It says list. Very good. After that, we have this new. This should have, let me just copy this so we go a little bit faster. Let's put it right here. This is going to say that's the new page, new note. Okay, new note. Save that. Now if I go there, new, it says, you can see the tab says new note. And this part is done. We go into our note ID. First, the index. This is going to be, let's click on any note. It says details. I'm going to say note details. I just want our working app to be different than our completed app. Whoops. Let's just save this. And I'm going to copy actually this note, put it in here, note list, save that, new note, create a new note. Okay, different enough. For tags, I'm going to say note tags. And then for index, note this index. We have the Vault app. Let's add NoteVault app. All right. I hope you're not getting confused. It's very simple. You can pause the video, take a look at this structure. You can download the source code from GitHub, take a look at the structure, really understand how all of this is like going into different files and different folders. All right. So this says no details, and this should say, okay, context. We lost our copy. Context. We have title. And on the edit, if I go to the edit, it says new note. It should say edit note, right? And I forgot to change that in my completed app. So if I go to any route, let's say 1, 2, 3, but then I go to edit, it says, whoops, mistyped that, edit note. But you can see in my completed app, it says new note. Edit the note. And it says edit the note. And let me change that very quickly in my completed app as well, edit. But in my completed app, it's just going to be edit note. But in the app that we're working with, it's going to say edit the note. Okay, and I believe with this, the entire routing of our application is done. If there is anything missing, I will come back to there and we're going to fix that. Now, what I'm going to do next is, let's just zoom this in a little bit. We are going to get started with our Vault page, with our main page, which is NoteVault page. And we're going to get started with creating this. But the first thing, as you can see right here, this is our navigation. So we need to create our navigation because the navigation is the same. The only thing that is being repeated here inside of the notes as well as inside of the tags. Since our navigation is going to be the component that is going to be repeated throughout several different routes or several different pages, it's a good idea to just go ahead and put it inside of its own component, and then we could reuse that component several times. So the component, the way that I'm going to go about this is, here we have our source folder where we have our pages right here. And this pages directory is just responsible for showing us different pages. Now, if I were to show a navigation that technically doesn't qualify as a page, that qualifies as a component. So I can just put it right here. Instead of that, I'm going to create a different folder, and I'm going to call it components. And within here, we're going to create a component that's going to be navigation.tsx. And the only thing for now that I want this to return is going to be export default function navigation, and just return this word navigation. So I'm just going to copy it from there and just return that. Let's save it. Now, if I come to my completed app, we can see there is no mention of this navigation string. And the reason for this is because we did not actually use this component anywhere. So this is like a floating component inside of our application that doesn't have an anchor point. We need to give it an anchor point, then this is going to be shown on the web page. So I'm going to come to my routes. If I go to this _root.tsx, double click, so all of our content comes from here. We have applied some padding on the horizontal and on the vertical axes, and we can already see the effect on this around this text. And if I were to inspect this as well, we should see that there we go. We got px8 and py6. So here is where everything is happening. Now what I'm going to do is I'm not going to put navigation inside of our main, because the main is going to be the content that's going to be responsible for displaying different outlets depending on different pages. So if you are on the main vault page, that's going to be a different outlet. If you are on the tags page, that's going to be a different outlet. So I don't want to do that. And semantically, that's not a good practice. You should have your navigation, then the main element, then the footer of your entire website. So I'm going to put the navigation component on top of my main element because it's not a part of the main element. However, it's a part of our entire application. So I'm just going to put it on top of it. It's a sibling of our main. And now we have an error. The reason for this is because we're returning two things from a JavaScript function. You can't do that. So what you could do is you could just select everything, cut it, create a React fragment that basically provides a parent, but does not show a specific element inside of our DOM. So this is just going to be replaced by nothing inside of the HTML. And this is just something that satisfies this rule. And there we go. We got our navigation on the top, and then we have the main element. And you can see our navigation is not abiding by the padding that is being applied on the main because it's a sibling of it. It's not a child of it. So this is how we're going to go about this app. Now, I don't want to look at this white screen, and I've already applied some styles on our on the body element. So I'm going to come inside of my index.css right below this import, and I'm going to paste all of these. We are going to have this theme right here, and this is just to show that I've used a specific breakpoint, 410. This is not how we would do it in Tailwind CSS version 3. This is how we do it in Tailwind CSS version 4. And if you're not familiar with this, there is a video I recently uploaded. I guess that was like a few weeks ago. And I showed everyone how to migrate from version 3 to version 4 and how that works. And that's basically an update for my Udemy Tailwind CSS bootcamp. So if you are not familiar with this, you can just go ahead and watch that video. In this video, my main focus is not Tailwind. It's a side topic. My main focus is just React and the routing and Zustand and all of that. So I'm just going to save this. This is going to change the background color of the body, and the texts all are going to be white, and there is going to be a class of cursor pointer on every button. So if you hover on it, you're going to see the hand icon. So here we have our navigation. We no longer need this root component. And now let's jump into our navigation and let's go ahead and let's create our entire navigation. So if I go to my completed application here, depending on which page I am, this link or this button, it seems to have different styles. So if I'm on the Vault page, you can see it's sort of highlighted bigger. The same goes on the Notes page and the same goes on the Tags page. So in this way, we're going to actually create this. Now, the first thing with any component, my suggestion for you is just go ahead and return the JSX, because that's HTML, that's easier. What do you want your JSX to look like? My JSX for a navigation is always going to be a header. And then it depends. Do I have a logo for my header or I don't have a logo? If I have a logo, I usually wrap it within an anchor element. So once the user clicks that logo, they're going to be redirected to the main page. Now, when we are talking about routing in Tanstack Router, we no longer need to use the anchor element because Tanstack gives us a component that is responsible for navigating the user to different parts of our application. And that's actually a link component that we can not import from Lucid React, but from Tanstack Router. So I'm just going to say link, and here we go, Tanstack React Router. And this link is actually, this is going to need a closing tag and an opening tag, but then in the opening tag, it's going to require something that's called a to attribute or prop, and then you need to pass in where you want the user to go once the user clicks on this link. I want the user to go to the main page. So I'm just going to say /. That's going to be our home page. And then it needs some sort of a text. And the text is NoteVault, exactly as we have it right here. So you can see this is a link. If I hover on it, the cursor changes to a pointer. And this is how we create it. And on this link, there is just one style that I like to apply. And that's basically I enlarge the text size. So if I come right here, there we go, you can see. Now, if I hover on this, on the bottom left corner of the browser, you can see our localhost 5173. That means if I click on this, it's going to go there. So that's the first thing. The second thing that I usually do is I create a navigation. I create the nav element in here. And then the nav element is going to have a UL, and within each UL, we're going to have an LI that's going to be used to actually navigate to different parts of our application. So here we have an LI. Now, within the LI, should I use an anchor element or should I use the link component that Tanstack gives me? I'm going to use the link component. So let's hit enter. This is going to be a link right here. And where do I want this first link to go? Let's take a look at our complete application. So the first link is still going to my root route. So I could just say go to here. That's my first link. What should the text say? The text is going to say Vault. Okay, this part is done. Let's move forward. I'm just going to copy this 2 more times down below. The second one is Notes. So if I click on Notes, you can see it goes to this / Notes. So this should go to / Notes. And what should this say? This should just say Notes. Very good. That's the second one. And the third one is going to say Tags. And once you click on it, it's going to go to the / Tags. So far, okay, everything, right? Now let's come to our application. I have this note. So if I click on this tag, you can see it goes to the tags page. If I click on Notes, it goes to the Notes list page, and the URL changes accordingly as well. And then we can navigate to our Vault. So we have all of this, but the problem is that it needs some styling. So it needs some styling to look like this. And then once you are within any specific component or route, you need to show that in the form of different styles for any individual link. So if I am on the Notes page, I should clearly demonstrate that from a UI perspective that I am within the Notes page. And how can I do that? That's where another feature of Tanstack Router comes into the picture, and that's we have two different methods. We have the active props and then we have the inactive props. Now, there are some styles that are shared among these links, like the size of the text, the padding, the roundness of the corners, some layouting styles. They are shared for all three links. And then there are some styles that are unique depending on which route we are. So the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to pause the video and I'm gonna just copy paste all these styles that are shared, and then we're going to talk about how to implement the styles that are unique to each specific link. And there we go. I just copied these styles. This is going to enlarge the text. This is some padding based on some media query breakpoint, which is 640. We round the corners, we apply some flex because there is going to be two elements. We have an icon and a text, and we want them to be aligned. We want them to have the same spacing between them. So these are the classes that are shared. I'm gonna just hit save, so Prettier rearranges this for me. Now, what are the classes that are not shared? So if you are on a specific link, Tanstack gives us something that's called active props. And if you are not on this link, on a different link, Tanstack gives us something else that's called, yes, inactive props. So active props is when I am actively on this Vault link, and inactive props is going to be when I am not on this Vault link, I am on any other link. So if I am on this Vault link, what styles do I want to show in here? That's going to be in the form of an object. So this is going to be a function. Let me just go back. So this is an arrow function that returns an object. The object has this property that's class name. Now keep in mind, this is an object, so you need to pass in colon, not the equality sign. So if I am on this link, what styles do I want to apply? Let's say, so if I'm on this link, you can see the text, I think it's slightly bigger. No, the text is not bigger. We just have a little bit more padding. We have some different background color. So let me just copy paste it so you can see what's happening here. There we go. So we got the text is the text is going to go white. You can see the text is not white in there. And we have a background color, and then we have padding on the horizontal as well as the vertical. But these paddings, they are being repeated here as well. But the difference is, in here, the paddings are only going to be applied if the screen width is 640 or larger. But here, the paddings are going to be applied from 0 pixels above. So if it is the active link, I want it to have the padding forever, from 0 pixels to as many pixels as the device screen demands it. But if I'm not on the active link, I still wanted to have some padding. So I'm going to apply it right here. And if I'm not on this active link, if I'm on any other link, what style am I going to apply here? So first, let's create the syntax of this object, this function. That's going to return an object for us. And that's going to still be class name, but again, no equality, just a colon, because that is in fact an object. And if I'm not on this link, the text is going to have this color, and the roundness of the text the roundness of the corners are going to be different. It doesn't really make sense if I just put it here because we have already applied that there. So I'm just going to get rid of it from here. I'm just going to change the text color. So let's save that. Let's take a look at it. There we go. So because we are on the tags page, as we can see right here, you can see we are on the tags page. This Vault, it has this grayed out color. The notes doesn't have it because we didn't apply these styles on the notes. We should apply it on the notes. And then this tags, when we apply it on the tags, this is going to have different styles. Now, let's see what happens if I click on the Vault. There we go. You can see it has more padding. It has this background color. The reason you don't see it is because the parent has not been styled. This header and the nav, they don't have any styles. So let me just remedy that very, very quickly. There we go. These are the styles that I applied on the header element. There is one style that I want to apply on the navigation. Let me just put it there. And that's when we are 768 or larger, when the screen width is larger than that, then we want all of this navigation to go to the right-hand side of our screen. We want there to be space between our logo and our entire navigation. And finally, there is just these styles for our UL. These just have to do with how our application looks, and we just want to make it look better so users can have a better time of seeing that. So it doesn't have anything to do, a lot to do with the functionality, but it is the UI, so you need to make it a little bit pretty if possible. So we have all of these styles, and there we go. Now, since we don't have these active and inactive props for the other two links, this is what happens. So I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to come right here beneath this class name. You need to keep in mind these are still props or attributes, so you need to provide them within the opening tag of your link component. I'm going to put that there, and now you can see this is grayed out, the notes. And if I put that here, the tags is going to go grayed out as well. So now if I click on any of them, you can see that specific link is going to get highlighted, and it's going to get that visual hierarchy that we wanted to have. And the next thing, and the final thing, I believe that I need to add in here is we need to add these icons. We don't have them. We need to add them. So I'm going to come to my Vault, and on top of the Vault, the icon is called book text, and we get this from Lucid React, but this is going to have a specific size, which is going to be 5, because I want it to be 20 pixels. I think that looks good. There we go. Now let's implement this for the other parts as well. For the notes, we have this file text, and then this is going to be class name. Size is going to be 5. Let's save that. There we go. We got 2. And the final one is called tag icon. Tag icon. There we go. We have class. Close that first. And then we have class name. Size 5. Size 5. Save that, and there we go. Now you can see it looks exactly like our completed application. Aside from the fact that we don't have any content in here, the navigation is completed. Let's zoom this out, and there we go. Now, how does this look like if we go like full screen on different screen sizes? Let's take a look at it. And this class that I showed you here, this class name, MD justify self end, this is going to kick in when we go to our 768 or larger. I should put this side by side with our browser. And there we go. So you can see, and there we go. That's 768 right there. It goes to the right-hand side because I want the space to be between our logo and our navigation on when we are on a desktop view. There we go. So you can see it's exactly the same thing. And this is why we need these styles, just to make it look beautiful. Now that we're done with our navigation, the next step is for us to go ahead and get started with our Vault page. And then we're going to successively move on and create our next pages. As usual, the first thing that I want to do when it comes to our Vault page is to return the JSX. And to have a proper idea of what it is that I'm returning, let's take a look at our completed application. So in the Vault page, let's just say we don't have any notes. What do we have? We have this title, and then we have this button. So if I were to get rid of these notes, let's just delete this one. And I'll click here, delete this one as well. Now, if I go to my Vault page, this is how our initial state of our application is going to look like. We have a title, we have a button, and then we have a short description to basically tell users to go ahead and create some notes. Let's first off implement this because this is easier for us to implement. And then as we move forward, we're going to implement the logic of this as well. So the way that I'm going to go about this is my preference. This is how I arrange HTML. I am going to have one section element that is going to cover the entire basically the entire NoteVault page. That's going to be one section, but keep in mind it has a parent which is that main element that we talked about. And now for simplicity purposes, when it comes to laying these items out and having them be responsive, I'm going to use a div element to put these two inside of it. And this part comes inside of another div because I want to replace this part eventually with the notes that the user creates. So I'm going to come to this section. I'm going to create a div. This div is going to have one h1 element. Let's write the h1. The text is going to be Vault. And after this h1 element, I am going to create a button that is basically going to allow users to create a note. Now, if I click on this button, what happens? We go to this page. This is the page that says New Notes. So we need to redirect users to some other page. And for that, we will use a Tanstack component, which is called link, which we have used so far. Where do we want the user to be relocated to? The user is going to go to notes/new. And we already have a component that is responsible for this route. And in here, if I were to go back to this Vault page, there is a plus icon and then there is a text that says new note. And that goes in here. So we have new note. But before that, we have the plus icon that I just imported from Lucid React. And there is going to be just one simple class, and that's going to be size 5. Just select 5 and let's save that. So the first part of our application is done. After we're done with the entire HTML or JSX, then I'm going to pause the video and I'm going to apply the styles. For now, let's just move forward. Keep moving forward. Now, the next container, this div is going to be responsible for doing two things. It is either going to show that text that there are no notes, or it's going to show basically if there are any notes. So I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to get started with this div showing if there are notes. So there is going to be a div. These divs, their purpose is so I can lay these items out better so our website is responsive. They don't have anything to do with the functionality of how React works or how Zustand works. This is just some HTML stuff. And within this div, now I'm going to have one link element. And this link element is going to navigate the user to that specific ID for that specific note. So since it's going to be different depending on which note the user clicks, this should be dynamic. And when it is dynamic, you need to open up curly braces. And what is the reason behind this? So if I were to create a note, just say 1, new note 1, and I'm going to click here. I'm going to create another note 2, note 2. Let's come right here. If I click, now I'm in the Vault page. If I click on note 2, I go to the page that's responsible for note 2 and take a look at the ID. You can see this ID is responsible for this note. If I click on note 1, I go to a different ID, and we already talked about how Tanstack Router implements this. The only thing we need to do is we need to actually make sure that we write it within our JSX. We need to pay attention to it inside of our JSX. So when I open up curly braces, that means I'm trying to do something dynamic. Even though I'm trying to do something dynamic, some parts of this URL is going to be the same. It doesn't matter which note the user clicks on, it's always going to have that /notes, and then there is going to be another / and then the dynamic part of the content is going to appear. And for that, I'm going to open up some template literals, and in here, I'm just going to write any specific note that has an ID. And we don't know what this note is. We don't know what this ID is so far. I'm just trying to create the HTML and trace our steps backwards so we know we know where we are, but we need to go backwards in reverse so we can understand how we got here. All right, so we will eventually have a note that is going to have an ID, and we're going to put that right here. Now, if I were to go to my completed application, Vault, if I hover on this, you can see it doesn't matter where I'm hovering on, there's always this hand icon. So that means that this link is actually the container for this entire card, for this entire note. And the other way to see that is if we go to our HTML, let's go to the main section, to the section, and there we go. You can see we have this div that is the above div, and then we have another div that's the below one. But then everything is surrounded by this div. See? But if I go to the div, the main element is the anchor element. Now, link component of Tanstack Router cannot be used directly inside the browser because browser understands HTML. And HTML doesn't have this link. HTML has the anchor element. Now, if I click on the anchor element, that's where all the content of our note is going to appear. So we have the title of the note. Within the anchor element, we have the paragraph, we have the description, the tag, whatever. Everything is right there. So all of this goes inside of the anchor element. That's why I'm just going to provide all of them inside of here, right here. So I'm going to say an h2. As you can see, I've used an h2. The h2 is going to be the note title. We are going to have a paragraph element. That is going to be the note content. And then after that, I am going to create basically a div so I can lay this item better, this tag. The reason that I'm putting it in a div is so I can lay it out better. So I'm going to create a div right here. And within the div, we're going to have a tag icon. Let's say class name. And for this one, I'm going to say size 3. That's a little bit smaller. And there is going to be a span element that's going to have the tag name. Now you can see all of our content so far, the HTML part, the JSX part, it's hard-coded. We don't have, aside from the ID that I gave to my route of the link, everything is hard-coded. So what we need to do next is we need to go ahead and make sure this is dynamic. We show all the notes. Depending on the note, we get the title, we get the content, we get that specific tag for that specific note. So we need to convert all of this to dynamic data. But before doing that, I'm going to get out of this div, and I need to handle if there are no notes. If there are no notes, then we're going to show some sort of a text. And what is that text? The text is basically going to say, just go ahead and get started with creating some notes. So I'm going to say a paragraph. The paragraph is going to basically say this. I'm not going to type it, just put it right here. And we have an error because here we have used something dynamic that doesn't actually exist. So what I could do is I could say, for now, you know eventually what we are going to do. For now, I could just say go to notes, whatever. And so we can see our content right here. So we have all of this, and I'm going to pause the video, apply all the styles, and I'm going to come back and I'm going to talk about how we can fetch this content dynamically and where Zustand actually factors into our application. And there we go. We're done with the styling. Now let's take a look at what I just did. I didn't do anything in the content part. I just applied some styles, and it already looks like a completed app. The issue is that all of our data is hard-coded. We don't have any data pulling from our local storage. We don't have anything else, but almost the functionality is the same. So if I click on this, it goes to the notes page. It doesn't go where I want it to go, but it nonetheless, it goes somewhere. So now what we should do is we need to get the note title, note content, and then we need to get the tag name. Now, we have not created any note so far because everything is hard-coded right here. How can we get all of this? So that's where Zustand comes into the picture. So what we want to do is we want to manage the data for our application, aka we want to manage the component's state, the application's state. The application state is responsible for manipulating the data in different ways depending on the logic that we have applied. And there is a lot of different ways, especially in this tutorial series. I have so far talked about the React Context API a couple of projects ago, and then I've also talked about the user reducer with the Context API. But in this video, what I wanted to do initially was to just talk about the Zustand, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. So I'm not gonna basically implement React Context and then refactor it to Zustand. We're directly going to go to Zustand. The reason that we are going to use Zustand is because Zustand, first of all, it does the same thing as the React Context API. It does it in a different way, but at the end of the day, you're going to get the same benefits from Zustand as well as the Context API. You want to use this Zustand because you want to manage the state of your application. What is the problem here for our application? Because our app looks good, decent enough, but what is the problem that helps us understand and really determine that we need Zustand in the first place? The problem is, if I click on, let's say if we have done everything. So if I click on this plus, I should be able to create a note. And with my current implementation, I cannot do that because even though I didn't implement this note edit page, even if I have not implemented that, and even if I go ahead and implement it, all of this content is hard-coded. So all of our notes, they need to go somewhere. And then from that place, we need to iterate over all of our notes. And depending on which node it is, we need to show all of that right here, exactly like our completed application. So you can see inside of the completed application, I didn't do any kind of hard coding. I just click on new note and I create it and then I show it right here. And I want to do the same thing here. And all of this revolves around the idea of changing the UI of my application, changing the state, which involves data of the application. And the original way of doing it is context. You could use context, but I'm going to show you how to do it with Zustand. So this is the problem, and that's the solution that we're going to go with. So I'm going to come right here, and I'm going to create a folder. Now, some of these are conventions. If you follow them, that's good for your code. So other developers can understand your code. And if you see it somewhere else, you're going to be able to understand it too. So in here, I'm going to create a folder that's going to be called store. Now, the store is going to give me the functionality to be able to handle what I want. Now, the reason that I'm putting it in store is because I want to separate it from the other parts of my application. I want this NoteVault page to only be concerned with what I want it to be concerned, because I need to keep that in mind. In my completed application, I have the NoteVault page that is only concerned about showing all the notes, irrespective of their tags, as well as the ability to click and create a new note. So there are two things that it does. And there is actually another thing that shows a paragraph if there are no notes. But in no way this Vault page is responsible for creating tags. It's not responsible for doing it. And it's not also responsible for filtering notes depending on the tags that they have. That's the job of the notes page. It shows all of that. It has the ability to click and create a new note, but it can also filter this. So it has one functionality more than our Vault page. But then what about the tags page? The tags page does not show any notes. It doesn't have the capability to create a new note. It just has all of our current tags as well as the ability to create them. So you can see, even though these are like three simple pages, they are really different. Tags is extremely different than the other two, but the other two are different as well, but the difference is not that stark. So here is where we need to actually think about how we want to go about Zustand. Because if I were to implement Zustand in my NoteVault page, I would have to implement a different Zustand. If I were to implement state management inside of the NoteVault page, that state management should change when it goes to my notes page. And then it should change when it goes to the tags page. And in just 5 minutes, I would have like 3 different methods for managing the state. And none of them knows that the other method exists, as long as they don't have a central point. Okay, now all of this theory is really important for you to put this into perspective. Now, I want this app to be linked to my local storage. So the local storage is going to be the central point that is going to feed the Vault page, the notes page, as well as the tags page. So they have a central point. Now, what I can do is I can implement local storage individually for all of these pages. And since that's a central point, all of these pages are going to feed from it. Or I could implement it inside a file and then share that file with these pages so I don't have to repeat myself 3 times. That's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to do it once and I'm going to keep changing it depending on where it is. And that's how I want to call it the React-y way of doing it. It's how React does it. And that's why React was created, to separate all of this concern from one another. I'm sorry if the theory just went along a little bit more, but that's really important for you to understand whether or not you want to use Zustand in the first place. If you don't need it, don't use it. Now keep in mind, one last thing. When it comes to Zustand and this application, it's an overkill. You can do it extremely simply with the React Context API, and that's enough. That's enough, trust me, because this is an extremely rudimentary app. Zustand is created to manage more complex state management and for larger applications like a slightly bigger e-commerce application or a chat application, that sort of thing. The reason that I'm teaching Zustand in this context is because this is small. We don't have a lot of files. We don't have a lot of dependencies. We don't have a lot of components. And you can really focus on understanding the core of Zustand, and then you can take this knowledge and implement it on something larger. All right. Now, here we have the store folder, and inside of the store folder, I am going to create a file, and I'm going to call it, depending on the context of my application. The context of this app is Note, and then I'm going to suffix it, not prefix it, suffix it with the store. And this file, what should be the extension of this file? The idea of Zustand is just some JavaScript functions running around and doing some stuff. Zustand is not a React component. It doesn't have anything to do with like creating a component and returning a component. It just handles the state for us. So for that specific reason, we're just going to create notestore.ts. This is a TypeScript file. And here we are. So I'm going to start importing some stuff, and I'm going to keep explaining it as we import. The first thing that I'm going to import is going to be something called the create function. Let's import it. And where do we want to import it from? We want to import it from Zustand. Let me take a look at my package.json. Yeah, we have already installed that. Very good. Now, we use this function to create a store. And as I'm explaining this, you're going to understand what I mean. The next thing that I'm going to import is going to be persist. And if you work with the local storage, you're going to immediately understand why we are using this persist. Because this is the middle guy or the middle person that is going to be between our application, that's going to work between our application and our local storage. That's why we call it the middleware. It's in the middle. It takes the data of our app and it puts it in the local storage. And once we need it, it's going to retrieve it from the local storage as well. And this is called a middleware, and we use it to store data. Why? Because if I go to different page, if I reload the page, I still want to have my data, much like here. So if I reload the page, you can see I still have my tags. If I reload the page, I still have my notes. That's why I'm going to use this. And this is going to be Zustand/middleware. Now that you know what this is, The last thing that I'm going to import, which I shouldn't technically import it, I should create it first and then import it. These two things, they were given to us by Zustand. The third thing that we need here is some type safety, because we're talking about a store that has notes inside of it. Each note is going to have specific characteristics associated with it, and we need to come up with those characteristics. And I am not going to clutter my note store with all of those type safety features. I am going to create a different file for that. And I'm just going to right click here and I'm going to say types. Since I'm going to have just one file for my types, I could just call it index.ts. Or you could call it types.ts. It doesn't matter as long as the folder name is types. Now, what are the different types or different properties that a note is going to have? Now keep in mind, when we're talking with TypeScript and React, every note is going to be one object. Why an object? Because every note has several different properties. A property has a name and then it has a value. What is the best data structure to represent that? It's an object. So each note in an object is an object of a bunch of properties. And how do we type annotate an object? Well, we could use a type alias, or we could use an interface. And you know me, I most of the times I just use an interface. It comes to me more naturally than a type alias for these kind of situations. So every note, we know that it will have a title. That's something that we know, and that's something that is visual to it. It is going to have content. Let me write it, content. And the type of that is going to be string as well. But we talked about every note being unique, every note having a unique identifier. For that reason, I'm going to create the ID on top of that. I think that's the most important part of every note. Now, what else? What kind of other information a specific note has? So if I were to take a look at this note, it has a title. I took care of it. It is of type string, but you could put numbers here as well. It has. I should probably create new note 3. Note -3 add tag and note 3 content. And I forgot to show you another Tailwind CSS class that is going to help us not implement a JavaScript function. I forgot to actually show you that, and I'm going to show it to you right here. So take a look at this. If I click on it, you can see we have a lot of content right here. But if I go to the page, there is those 3 dots. Where is the rest of the content? This is just a side note. This is a really cool Tailwind CSS class that I should show you, and it's right here. So it is this line clamp 3. This is a clamp property of CSS that basically cuts the number of lines. We have specified it to 3. Now you just need to use this class, and you don't have to limit the number of characters to 50 or 100 or 200 for every specific note. And this basically helps us not implement more functionality for our app. Now that you know this, let's get back to our type annotation of our note. So I'm going to click on this note. You can see we have all of this type. So far, what we did was we took care of the title. We took care of this. And in the route, we have the ID, and we took care of that as well. What else is associated with this note? We have a tag that is associated with it. But what tag is it? I don't know. I am specifying tags. I am differentiating them based on the tag ID, based on what ID the tag has. So for this one, I'm just going to say this is going to be an array of strings. And let me just fix this typo, tag ID. Let's move forward. What other information is related to that tag? Sorry, to that note. We have the created date, and then we have the updated date. Let's write both of them here. I'm going to say created at. This is going to be a number. And then we're going to have updated at. That is going to be a number as well. So this is our note. Before moving forward, I want to create the tag as well, the type for the tag, and then we're going to go ahead and create the actual type for our store of notes that we have. Now, each tag, much like our notes, that's going to be an object because it is going to involve key value pairs. And each tag is going to have two things. It's going to have an ID of type string. What else does it have? It has a title. A tag doesn't have a description. It doesn't have content. It doesn't have, well, we did add the ID. We did add the title. It doesn't have the created ad and the updated ad. We don't care about the tags when they were created, but we do care about our notes when they were created. This store is going to have so many different properties, but I want to start small. For now, I'm just going to add two properties to it. The first thing is going to be that where are all of our notes? That's going to be this one. Now, keep in mind, our notes are objects. Each object is going to have a set of properties, one or more properties. And the property has two things. It has a key type, it has a key, and it has a value. Since we're in TypeScript, I could use the record type. And I'm going to say, okay, the type of the key of this object's properties is going to be string. But what about the type of the value? If you have notes, what is the individual thing within notes? That's an individual note. That's an individual note. And I'm going to pass it right here. And the next thing that I want to add is going to be tags. We're going to go in the same way. So we're going to have a name, which is going to be of type string, which is our key. And then we have a type for the value. The value is going to be the tag itself. And that's it for now. The only thing that I want to add inside of our index.ts. And we are going to keep adding more and more stuff here, but once we get to that point. So now that we are here, we need to import this note store in here. And that was the third thing that I was talking about. So I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to say, give me note store from, where is it? So it is inside of the types, and it's this one. So we have successfully imported all three of these. Now that we have imported all of these, let's go ahead and let's create our store. So I'm going to grab my create method and I'm going to type annotated to note store. Let's put parentheses, curly braces around this one as well. And as soon as I invoke this function, this is going to return for me something that's called a store creator function. And with these parentheses, I'm actually invoking this store creator function in which we are going to define the state and the actions for our store. And what are those? We are going to define the notes, their tags, the ability to create a note, delete a note, update a note, create a tag, delete a tag, update a tag. All of that comes inside of the store creator function, which is being executed at the same time as well. This is going to give us a method that is called persist that we have already imported. And this persist is going to basically make sure that we can save our data to our local storage. Remember, persist is the middleware. So it takes the data from our app, puts it in the local storage, and once we ask it again, nicely, it's going to give us that data from the local storage back again. And so far, the only thing that I want this to do is two things. We just want to have our tags, and then we want to have our notes as well. So for that, we need some kind of store configuration, and we use set to basically have the ability to update our store. So what this persist is going to do is it's going to run a function for us, and that function is basically going to return an object. It's going to be a gigantic object that's going to have all of this information that we need. But for now, we are just interested in two things. One is notes, and the other one is tags. Now, these two things are objects. Keep in mind, you remember that these are objects. We type annotated them. What's their initial state? Now, we need to specify what the initial state is so we can keep track of anything that changes that initial state. The initial state is empty. It's just an empty object. We don't have anything in here. expects 2 arguments, but we passed in 1. And what do you think the second thing is that it needs? Let's take a look at this once more. So it says expected 2 arguments, but got 1. We added some sort of a functionality so we can update the state of our store. We added, and this is going to be reflected in the local storage so we can retrieve it later. Now, if I hover on this persist, an argument for options was not defined. Now we need to add options because whenever we store our notes inside of the local storage, they need to be retrieved by some sort of a name, a key. And what is that key? We did not specify that key. So you need to keep in mind that you should be within the persist after the set method, the set function that we have specified. I'm just going to pass in a comma and I'm going to hit enter. And that's going to be an object because it's going to have a name, property, and it should have a key as well. What should be the key? I could say notes, notes-vault. And let's save that. And you can see the error is gone. Of course, we're not going to stop here. We need to add all of the functionalities that I talked about, the editing, the deleting, the creating notes, all of that, the tags, the filtering, all of that we need to implement it. But for now, we just want to have some dynamic data so we can show it right here, even if that dynamic data is empty, as we can see it right here. And now we have this create. This is going to return for us, as I said, a store creator function that we need to export. And I'm going to call that use note store. Use note store. Let's define this as well, const. And now I'm going to export it. So I'm going to say export default use note store. And there we go. We basically exported that. And I'm going to come to our NoteVault page. Let's close the sidebar. And this is the first place that we want to use our Zustand store that we created. So I'm going to come right here and we can just use it like a regular React hook. And I'm going to say use note store. I just imported that as well. What is this returning for now? What is it returning? It's returning an object that has 2 properties, one of which is notes. The other one is tags. Let's initialize this as well. There we go. Now, where are we going to use these? We're going to take a look at our HTML, our JSX technically, and we're going to modify it as we move forward. So in the top part here, we have our section element, we have our H1. We don't want to do anything in there. We have our new note. So if you click, let's come to our completed app. If you click on this, you're going to be redirected to a page that creates a new note. So this part is completed. Let's come right here. And this is the part where we actually show that specific note. So all of this content, it should be generated dynamically, all of this. So the way that we can generate all of this dynamically is very easy. We can use a simple map method. So I could technically just go ahead and cut everything so we have a little bit space to work with. Now I have my notes, right? And on the notes, I can just say .map. I can do this, right? Well, no, I can't, because if I just hit the dot on the notes, I don't see anything. If this was an array, I should have seen something in here. But I don't see anything because this in fact is not an array. It's an object that contains all of our notes. Now I need to convert it into an array and then I can just map over it. So for that, I'm going to say const and I'm going to call that array all notes. Now, as I'm converting this, you need to keep in mind another part of our application. Another feature is that the newer notes that you create, they're going to be shown first. So we need to implement that logic as well. But what is this notes? If I come to my index, you can see the note, it has a name and then it has a value, and the value is that specific note. So we need to extract the values from this notes, and I can grab the mother object, and on there we have this values property, values method, And if I pass in notes, this is just going to extract the values part from the notes object, and then I can sort that. And we're going to pass in two parameters so they do the sorting for us. It's going to be A as well as B. Now, why do we want to sort it? Because if the item is if the item generated is a new item, we want that to be shown first. Let me put this inside of parentheses, and we should not get out of our sort method. Now, we have two other properties in here that help us decide which item has been generated first. Now, if I were to say a dot, as soon as I do the dot method, because we're jumping inside of the nodes values only, we can see all the properties for every individual object. So what we want to do is we want to check two things, and that two things is the updated time. So I'm going to say b dot updated at minus a dot updated at. This is very simple logic. So what it does is if b minus a is a positive number, b comes before a, meaning B has been sorted earlier, meaning B was created later. If the result of this is a negative number, A is going to come before B. If the result of this is 0, then the order is not going to change. All right. Now, in case of updated at, which is a timestamp, we're actually sorting this in a descending order. That's why it's B minus A, not A minus B, because the one that is bigger, it's going to be shown on top. The one that's smaller, this is the descending order, that's going to be shown later, because the one that is bigger, that means that was created newer or later, then that's going to be shown on top. All right, so now we have all nodes. If I hover on this, you can see this is an array. Now that we have an array of nodes, let's actually go ahead and use that. So if I come right here, if I get rid of this, and if I say all nodes, as soon as I do the dot, there we go. We got all of our methods, and in here, I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to use the map. And the map method is going to do one specific thing for all our array items, aka all of our nodes. So I have one node, and this is what I want to do for all of my nodes. I just pasted that HTML that I copied before. Let's save that. So this is what's going to be repeated inside of here. Now, what we should do is just provide a little bit space so everything is a little bit more readable. And there we go. So everything is right here within this big div. That's why this major div or this big div, it should have a key as well, so React doesn't yell at us, and that's going to be our node dot. Now, as soon as I do the node dot, you can see we have the ID, and we have implemented that there. Let's come right here. Let's go to our link. So remember, we wanted this to be dynamic. So I'm going to get rid of that because it depends on which node it is that we want to click on. So here we are going to have our backticks /nodes / let's get our template literal. We have already talked about this and implemented that. There we go, node ID. And what else do I want to do here? For the node title, we no longer say node title. We are going to say node dot title. And the same goes for content. We want to do something JavaScripty. That's why we open up these curly braces. Content, there we go. And then let's save both of these. Let's come right here. We don't have any notes. We have not created any notes. I just want to complete this page and then we're going to implement this new note. So if there are any new notes created, once they go to our local storage and we retrieve them back, we should be able to see them right here. But for now, since we don't have anything, we're going to just show that. So for our div, what I'm going to do is, this is basically going to take a look at our tag IDs. And the reason for that is since we have nodes, every node could have a different tag. So that's why we need to map through all of our tags, take a look at their IDs. If their ID matches, the ID of that specific note, then we want to show that tag right here as well. So I could just go ahead and cut this. And what I'm going to do in here is I'm going to say note dot, we have this tag IDs dot, remember that's a map, so that's an array, so I can map through it. And this is going to give me a tag ID. And what is this going to return for me is this div. Let's save that. For the div, we need to have a key, so React does not yell at us. The key is going to be that specific tag ID. So tag ID, there we go. And what else do we have? So this div, it has two children. We have a tag icon. Let me go above once. There we go. We got our tag icon. Okay. And then we have the span that is responsible for showing the name of the tag. So instead of hard coding that, we're going to grab our tags. Now, this is something that I get from my store. See, I have this tags right here. And on this tag, we are going to grab the tag ID. And from there, we're going to grab the name that is available on it. And if I hover on this, it says property name does not exist on tag, on type tag. Let's take a look at our type tag. So here is our tag type. It's title. This should be name. This should not be title. And there we go. It exists now. And what else do I want to do here? So I think we're done with this one as well. Let's save that. Let's come right here. We shouldn't see anything. But then even if we had notes, we would see this paragraph as well. I want this paragraph to be shown conditionally. So I'm doing something JavaScripty. If we don't have any notes, aka if the length of the notes is equal to 0, that means we don't have any notes, then and only then I want to show this paragraph. Otherwise, I do not want to show it. And with this, I believe our NoteVault page comes to an end. Since we don't have any notes, that's why it doesn't show anything. The next logical step for us would be to go ahead and to implement this new note. So if I were to click on this new note, you can see we have a lot of stuff, and we're going to get started with the JSX. So let's jump into the note edit page. And in here, what we have is this simple string. But what we want to show eventually is all of this web page. And this web page is going to be different depending on whether we create a new note or we click on an existing note and we want to edit that. So the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to try to come up with the JSX for this page. So I'm going to surround everything or wrap everything with a section element. There's going to be an h1. This h1 is going to be dynamic, because if I'm trying to create a new note, it is going to say create new note. But if I'm trying to edit an existing note, this is going to say edit note. Both of these are the same pages. It's just different content that they show. So let's come right here. Now, this is going to be conditionally rendered. For now, what I'm going to say is edit note or create new note, because so far we have not imported anything dynamic into this component. It doesn't make sense if I just throw it right here. So this is our h1. Next up, we're going to have this wrapper for all of our form content. This is the form element. And there is going to be one div. Now, before writing anything in here, the structure of the HTML is required for this form to be responsive. It doesn't have any other reason behind it. It's just so it's a little bit semantic, as well as making it easier for us to make responsive. So if I just keep increasing this, you're going to see that this form changes several times. See? So I want this to look like this. So that's how I'm going to structure the HTML. There is going to be one div. Within this div, there is going to be another div. And in here, there's going to be a label. This label is going to refer to title. Now, if you want your labels to point directly and properly to your input elements, the for attribute for a label should be the same thing as that input's ID. So for this one, I should pass in an ID of title. The type of this input is going to be text. Now, We want React to control this because we want eventually to grab whatever that was written inside of this title and store it using our Zustand, store it in the local storage. And when we are talking about form inputs, there is a specific event handler that you need to be aware of, and that is the onChange. The reason that we use onChange when it comes to our form input is because this is looking for any individual change in your input. And an individual change is every single keystroke. So if I say J, that's one change. If I say O, that's another one. If I say H, that's another one. If I say N, that's another one. So anytime I hit something on the keyboard, every single time, this event handler is going to run. That's why we use it, because we want it to run every single time. So it has it in memory. It tries to fire that. Whatever we write within these curly braces, it's going to fire that. It's going to run that for us. And what do I want to run? When this onChange is fired, or it is listening for the changes and it receives a change? I want it to run something that should change the title of the web page. I want it to run that. So for that, since we want to change something in the UI, we need to use useState for that. I could go with useReducer, but it's a very simple example. The proper hook for this scenario is going to be useState. And since I'm trying to set the title, the proper name for this is going to be setTitle. And what do I want to pass in here? e.target.value. I'm sure from your days of JavaScript, you know that e.target.value extracts the value that the user has written from this input element, and it gives it to React. Now, once the React receives it, we should retrieve it back from React so we can show it to the user, and that's where we just get the value and we set it to the initial state variable, which is called title. We are yet to create these. We are going to create them, don't worry. And I want this to be required as well, just in case. All right, so this is our label. This is the input. And I'm just going to go ahead, copy this entire div. And I'm going to come right here. The next one is going to be content. So content. Let's lowercase this c and lowercase this c. This should be content as well. And there we go. Now, it's the same thing. We have one state setter function here. We have another state setter function here. That means we will have two different states, and we are going to create those states. Now that we have handled this title along with the input and this content along with this input, well, I should change this input because this looks like a text area. And it is a text area, so I'm just going to change this to text area. It's going to have an ID of content. Text area doesn't need a type. The value, the onChange is still going to be e.target.value, set content, and the value is going to be content. And we want it to be required. Now, I have created this. I'm going to collapse this big div right here. And I'm going to create another div because now that part was, this entire thing is inside one div and this entire thing is inside another div. So that's what I'm actually trying to do here. So let's come right here. Now, what do I want in there? The first thing that I'm going to pass in is going to be a label. The label is going to be for tags, and I'm just going to pass in here tags. I could get rid of this HTML4 attribute because technically this doesn't point to any specific input. This is just a semantic way of creating this. You could just pass in a paragraph instead of this tags, but I'm going to pass that in there. We're going to have a div. Within the div, what I want is I want to see how many tags I've created beforehand. So I need to select the tags from my store and show all of that here. So let's just come right here on the top. We already know that our store exports notes and tags. why not just use them? So what I could do is I could go in the same way as I did there, just copy that, put it right there. And now let's import this store as well. We have this tags, and I'm going to grab our tags in here. Let's open up curly braces. And what do I want to do here? Now, this tags is going to be, this is the type of this is very interesting. This is a record type. So if I come right here, you can see this is actually an object. The object has a name, and then the object has another object as the key, as the value for the key, which is string. So we want to get this tag because this tag is eventually going to be an array for us. We need to convert it into an array so we can iterate over it and get all the tags. So I'm going to get our mother object, and using this values method, if we pass in any object into here, this is going to give us the values for all the keys or all the properties. And as soon as I do dot, this is going to be an array for us. And we're going to grab our map method. And what do I want to do here? So for every individual tag, I want to generate some stuff. What are the stuff that I'm trying to generate? It's these things. So let's just take a look at them inside the browser. Let's just inspect them, what they are and what it is that we are trying to create. There we go. So you can see they are actually buttons. This is a button. This is another button. See, 2 buttons inside there, and we have this div. So the div is this div that I've just created, and then we have 2 buttons. Now, if you had 10 tags, then you would have 10 buttons. That's why we are trying to do this dynamically, because we are not sure how many tags are in our database. So it doesn't matter. We are going to get them dynamically. So I want to create this button right here. So I'm going to say button. And the button, since this button is going to be repeated, we need to give it an ID as well. This is going to be tag.id. There we go. We got the ID. What is going to be the name of this? Well, I don't know what the name is. So the name should be dynamic. I'm going to say tag.name. What else do I need to pass in here? I should be able to click this button and be able to add this tag to my note. So this should have some sort of an event handler as well. Now I'm trying to click a button. So for that, I'm going to use our onClick method. And when I'm clicking on this button, I'm going to run a method that's going to be toggle tag, which we are yet to create, tag.id. I'm going to pass that in there because whenever you click on new one, let's say you click on this tag, you want to select this one. And when you click on this one, you want to select this one. You don't want this order to be reversed. For example, if you click on new 1, you don't want to select new 2. And that's why you need to select something that's unique about every individual tag. And that's the ID of the tag. That's unique about every individual tag. And that's why we pass it right here. We pass the ID. So what else do I want to do? So we have our click handler. And let me just pass in a type to this one. This is of type button, because I don't want, when I click this button, I don't want it to submit this form. That's why I'm just going to pass in the type of button. Of course, there are going to be some styles involved for this one. Let's just go to our create note. We have a bunch of errors because we have all of these methods that we have not actually defined. And we will define them. Don't worry about it. This button has a tag icon as well. Let's just zoom this in, make this a little bit smaller. There is that tag icon. So let me just import it. Tag icon from Lucid React. And the size for this is going to be size, since that's smaller, that's going to be size 3. So we have this div that's going to generate as many tags as we want for us. And I'm going to get out of that div. And now it's time for us to create the next thing. What is the next thing? The next thing is this input. So I'm just going to click in here. I'm going to say input. Now, what should be the type of this? Of course, it's going to be type text, because you could add a number or you could add simple text. And how are we going to go about this? We're going to go exactly like this title. we're going to have an onChange. I could add an ID, or I don't have to add an ID. I'm just going to pass an ID. So we're going to have an onChange. And when I click inside of there and I start typing, I want to run a specific method. And what is that method that I want to run? So I want to have some sort of a state to change our tags for us, exactly like the kind of state that we use to change the title and the content. And so for that, we need to create another state. And I'm going to call this set new tag name. This is going to set a new tag name for us. And what do we pass in here? We are going to pass in target.value. There we go. So we passed in that there, but then we need to get the value from React again. And what is going to be that? New tag name. New tag name. Let me capitalize this one. There we go. And of course, all of these are going to have styles, and I'm going to pause later in this section, and I'm going to apply all the styles. And the final thing in this tags part is this add tag button. And when you click on this add tag, it should add another tag. So there is going to be an event associated with it. What is the content going to show? It's going to show, we have that plus icon. So I could just import it from Lucid React. Let's add a size. So class name, size 4. And after that, it's going to say add tag. Let's add an event handler for this one. We want this to have, of course, the first thing, I'm just going to say button so I don't forget this. And then when we click, so there is a click event. When we click, what do we want to do? We want to add a tag. We could call the method add tag, or we could call it handle add tag. In both ways, it's okay. It doesn't really matter as long as you pass that in here. So let's save that. And what else do I want to do here? That's it for this one. The final thing is these two buttons. Of course, since they are two buttons and we are going to use them, we are going to change their layout a little bit. We are going to have a div because this looks different than the rest of the content. So for that, I'm going to get out of that div. Now, keep in mind, which div is it that I've gotten out of? It's the one that has label tag. So I'm just going to collapse it. Now you can see everything is shorter, sweeter. We have two divs so far, two different sections. Just to remind you, we have this first section right here, responsible for title and content. We have this section for tags, and the final section is going to be for our buttons, which is going to be another div. So let's just pass in that div. We're going to have two buttons. The first button is going to say cancel. And the second button is going to say submit. Now, this button is going to have two different texts. Why is that? So if I come right here, if I click on any note, go to edit, you can see it says save changes. But if I'm trying to create a new note, it's going to say create note. So it's either going to say save changes or create new note. So it's going to say either of these. And this is conditional rendering, and I'm going to come back to this. We're going to implement this, and we did have this title as well. We're going to implement both of these using this notes, but just in a few minutes, not now. So the first button, this is going to have a type of button. The type for this one is going to be button, and this is going to have an on-click event. When we click this, what we want to do is we want to basically cancel out of this. And this is where we're going to use Tanstack again. So if I click on cancel, let's see what happens. As soon as I click on cancel, you can see we are navigated to our Vault page. Where are we? I'm going to click on new note again. Let's take a look at where we are. So we are in the notes and in the new. So we are 2 levels down. Keep that in mind. 2 levels down, or 2 levels deep in our route. And as soon as I click, we go to the first level. So this is the first level, 2 levels down, 1 plus 2, that's 3. So we need to go back 2 levels when we click on this cancel button, okay? But what about when I click on this create new note? Then when I click on this, it should submit this form, sending all of this to our store in order to save a new note or create a new note. First off, let's handle this one. Now, when handling this one, we need to run a method. And that's an interesting method because if I click on cancel, I am rerouting the user to some other page. So I need to use our Tanstack Router. And Tanstack Router gives us a method. Well, it's not as simple as just navigate. I'm just getting started with this. So it gives us a method that's called navigate that is available on something that's called a router. And this navigate accepts an object. The first parameter of this object is something that you are familiar with, which is 2. And the second parameter is, where do you want to go? You want to go two steps back. This is the syntax for it. So this is 1 step back, and this is another step back. So if you want to go 2 steps back for your when you're working with Tanstack Router, you're going to exactly use this one. And I believe you've seen this syntax before somewhere. So if I come to our routes, let's go to this index. There we go. So you can see we have already used that. Now, in this syntax, we went 3 steps back. Why? Not this one. Let's take a look at this index. There we go. So the index for our notes, we went 2 steps back. And that's exactly the syntax that we used for our router. We went 2 steps back. So you are within this notes. The first step puts you inside of the routes, and the second step puts you inside of the source. And that's why it's 2 steps. From the source, you jump into the pages. Let me just highlight this. Yeah, I have my arrow. So this first step, it puts you inside of this routes. The second step puts you inside of the source. And then from the source, you jump into the pages, which is this directory. And from the pages, you jump into the notes list page, which is this right here. So this is the syntax for going 2 steps back. And we have the same syntax here as well. So as I said, this navigate, this is available on something that's called a router. Now, what we need to do is we need to import this router. And how do we import it? Well, in Tanstack, I'm just going to come in Tanstack Router, we have a hook that's called use router. And this returns for us an object. Let's import it as well. And that object has a member that's navigate, and we call that object router. And there we go. So this is how you handle routing for your page. Of course, our page still doesn't work because we have nine things that we did not declare. Now, when it comes to this button, we want the save changes or create a new button. We want it to have a type of submit. You don't have to submit. You don't have to apply a specific event handler on this one. As soon as you say type submit, this is going to submit this form automatically. So that comes from HTML. It doesn't have anything to do with React or JSX. This is just pure HTML. And this form, it should have, now if you want this form to submit something for you, you should apply a function on this form as well. And the function should be some sort of creating a note for us. So on this one, I'm going to say on submit. So on submit. So when I click on this button that has a type of submit, it's going to run this function that's called on submit, this event. And what is this event going to do? This is going to create a note for me. And we need to create this function as well. So we are sort of almost done with our semantics. Let's create all the functions. And once this is dynamic, this actually works, then I'm going to apply all the styles. I think it would be easier for us if we get started with our state hooks. So here we have a set title, that's a state. We have a set content, and then we have another one as well, which is right here, set new tag name. So the first thing that I'm going to do in the department of making our note edit page dynamic, after these two, of course, is create our use states. So let's just remove that. Now all of these are hooks, so they should be top level, and I don't think it matters that much which one comes first. I'm just going to go with this as it comes naturally. So the first thing that we are going to do is we're going to say use state. This one is going to go to our title. Now, we either have a title or we pass in an empty string. And why do we want to do this? Because keep in mind, this page is going to handle two different possibilities. Either creating a new note or editing an existing note. So you need to pass that here in the state. So if I have a note dot, not notes, keep that in mind. This is note, this is singular. If I have a note dot title, I'm going to show that. Otherwise, I'm just going to pass in an empty string. So it depends on which one I have. Now, what is this note? We are going to come back to this. This is going to be our state. What is this state going to return? It's going to return two things: title, set title. There we go. Title, there we go, and set title. Const. Let's save this. There we go. Now, what is this note? This note is really, really interesting. Now, when it comes to our Tanstack router, when we click on any specific note, what does Tanstack router does? What does Tanstack router do? When you click on this, it goes to that specific ID for that specific note. If I click on this note too, it goes to this specific ID for this specific note. So every time I click on any of these notes and then I go into the edit, keep in mind, I'm keeping that. I'm keeping that ID, because if I'm on this new note too, and if I want to edit this, when I click this edit button, where should I be navigated? Should I be navigated to the edit page for note 3 or this note 2? Which one? I should be navigated to this exact same page for this note. And how do you know which page it is? You take a look at the IDs, because ID is going to be the thing that's going to help us identify which note it is. And that's why we use IDs, because IDs are unique. Every note is going to have a unique ID. Now, if I'm on this note edit page, I need to have access to that ID, which is in the address bar, to this ID. And this ID comes from our Tanstack router. We need to have access to it. How do we have access to it? So I'm just going to come on top of there. We have another hook that is called use params, because we want to take a look at a URL parameter. That's why we're going to use this hook, use params. Now, use params technically requires in something that you pass in here, and I'm just going to pass in strict false just so it doesn't yell at me. And what does this use params return for me? Well, what do I want it to return? I want it to return a note ID for me. And it does return that for me. And where is it getting this? Let's come to our routes. Now, if I come to our route, let's just collapse that. Not here, not here. Let's go to our notes, and there we go. Here is our note ID. And this is what we want to get. This is right here, this note ID. And that's exactly what we want to get in here. And once we get this, we need to cross-reference this ID for this specific note with the note that's in our store. And if these two IDs are the same, then we want to show it. If it is not the same, then we don't want to show it. How do we cross-reference this? Well, we could say if note ID that we got from our Tanstack, if this is the ID, if this exists, then we grab our notes from our store and we get the note that is the same thing as this note ID that we got from our Tanstack. So you need to understand what is happening here. This note ID is given to us by Tanstack. So if this exists, it means the note has been created. All right. I'm going to access my store using this notes, and I'm going to pass in this exact ID, because if I am on this edit page for the note 2, I want to see the information from the store regarding this note 2. The same title, the same text, and you can see we have already even selected the same tag because this is the same note that we got from our store. I didn't click on this new one, it was already clicked. See? So if I go back, if I click on edit, you can see it's already clicked because we are getting the information regarding this note from our store. Otherwise, what should I do? Well, that means that we don't have our ID. This ID doesn't exist, and therefore we are going to pass in null. So we need to store this operation somewhere so we can use it. And I'm just going to say note. And now you know where this note is coming from. Now, sometimes it's going to say it's possibly null. You could just pass in this exclamation mark here, or the question mark exclamation is non-null assertion operator. This is basically going to say that this is defined. It's not undefined. Just be careful with this. I know what I'm doing. So now you know what this is, right? Now for this specific condition, I cannot just get this, since this is a hook, put it top level, because we are initializing that here, but we're using it here. It doesn't work in JavaScript. So I should pass it right there. So now that we have our title, it's easier for us to come up with our content. We have our use state. The state is going to require an initial value, and that's going to be our node dot. Take a look at this. We got our content created at ID, tag IDs, title, and updated. Which one do I want to get? I want to get the content. What if this doesn't exist? We are going to pass in an empty string. What does this give me? This gives me content as well as set content. Let's initialize that. There we go. So you can see we had 9+, and now we just have 5. There we go. We are moving very nicely. So we fixed this set content. So it's safe for me to just collapse it, so navigation is easier. We fixed this input as well, so I could just collapse both of them. Now we have this set new tag name. We want to create a new tag name, and let's create the state variable for this, the state for it. So we're going to say use state. And the initial value. Now, what should the initial value be? Because we're creating a new tag. The initial value is an empty string. Because it's not like title that we are selecting it from our store if the title exists. But if you're creating a new tag, that means it doesn't exist in your store. So when it doesn't exist, what are you retrieving from the store? Nothing. That's why we're going to pass in an empty string. You could leave it empty, but it is considered a best practice to just pass in an empty string. This is going to signify that the initial state is going to be nothing, and then there is going to be something, and the types are not going to collide as well. Because at the end of the day, the type of tag is going to be text. So if I pass in an empty string, that also signals another developer that, okay, the type of this is going to be string. So now it is an empty. Eventually, this empty string is going to be replaced by another string. This way, you can communicate your code better. And what does this return for us? This returns for us two things. So let me just get this so I am sure I don't make any mistake. This gives us a setter function for our state, and also new tag name right there. Initialize this. Come on. There we go. New tag name. And there we go. So we have these three states so far. One state is for title, the other one is for content, the other one is for adding a tag. But we need another state as well. And why is that? Because once you create a tag, you can just say new 3, add tag. Okay, so I created a tag, but I don't have the state to click on this tag. So if I click on it, you can see the UI changes. So this is another use state. I handled the new tag name. I didn't handle this clicking, right? So we need to go ahead and we need to handle that as well. And since we have access to this note, we can handle that pretty easily. So I'm going to say use state. Now, this use state is going to be a little bit tricky because you need to take a look at what you have inside of your store. You have 3 notes. You have 3 tags, sorry. But the number of tags is going to be dynamic. I might add new 4. Well, I did enter, so that's why I just went out. So let's say new 4. Let's add tag. Now I have 4 tags. Okay, so the number of tags is dynamic. I cannot say at a single point in time, I cannot say how many tags I have because it's going to be different. So this is different. And where are these tags coming from? They're coming from our store because we are just creating them. They go to our store and using React, we just retrieve them back and we show it right here. So, okay, now I am just getting somewhere. I don't know how many tags I have, but I am sure to have some tags, all right? So this is going to be either one thing or several things. Which data structure can I use to type annotate this use state? If I were to type annotate it, so it makes more sense. Well, I should use an array because it's going to be either one thing or a collection of those things. What is going to be the type of this array? It's going to be of type string because all of my tags are eventually strings. Okay, now that I know, the reason that I didn't type annotate the other ones is that they're simple. Their type is just string. But this one is a little bit tricky, so it's better if you type annotate a use state that is trickier to understand. This way you know what you're dealing with, you know what your initial state is, and you know what your state setter function is going to do for you. So we have this. So what is going to be the initial state? Well, I don't know what the initial state is. It depends on the store. It depends on how many items there are in the store. And why do we need an initial state? So where are we? We are new node 2. Let's cancel this. We are here. We were here, right? Take a look at this. I created 2 nodes and we can see both of them here. Okay, so this means that they are in our store because we're showing them in other parts of our application as well. All right, and if I come right here, if I go to the edit, we can see them here as well. Okay, so this is why we need to select them from our store so we can show them in other parts of the application as well. And all parts of our app, they should match. It's not like if I'm coming here, I'm seeing a different tag. We should have the same tags here. That's one place. For every individual node, we should have the same tags. In our notes page, we should have the same tags. And in our tags management page, we should have the same tags. So you can see why this is really important for you to understand where these tags are coming from. Because in every of these pages, we are going to do something like this, where we get the tags from the local storage. So we have something that's note. We already know what that is. As soon as I hit the dot on it, we're going to see all the members. Let's get our tag IDs. And what is this tag IDs? We know that it is an array. But what if this doesn't exist? If it doesn't exist, we still need to pass in an empty array. That's it. So what is the state variable that this is going to return? It could be anything. You could call it anything, but I'm just going to call it selected tag IDs. Let's copy this name, and I'm going to say set selected tag IDs. The only thing I need to change is capitalize this S. Const. And there we go. We got this. Now that we have created all of this, it depends on your methodology, how you want to go about this. I am going to get started with the first method that we have here. So we have this create note that we should define this function. We have this toggle tag. We have this handle add tag, that's 3. Let me collapse these so we can see what else there is. Okay, I have five errors here. 2 of them should be these 2, and the other 3 should be the ones that I just shown you. So I'm going to get this create note, and I'm going to get started with creating our very first function. So here goes nothing. We have our create note, and the create note is going to basically grab an event. That event is going to have a type, and that's form event. Why do we need this event? Because as soon as I submit an event, there is a default behavior on this that's gonna refresh the page. I don't want to refresh the page. I'm just trying to prevent that refresh. Now, we are trying to create a note. We need to check if we have a title. So I'm gonna say if title exists as well as the content exists, but the title could have some spaces in front of it or at the end of it. So I'm just gonna say trim. The same goes for the content. I'm gonna say trim. If these 2 exist, I need to check if my note exists as well. So if these 2 exist and my note exists, that means that I am trying to change a note that is existing. So in that scenario, I'm not creating a note. I am updating a note. I'm going to call this function. We have not created this function. We are going to create this in our store in just a moment. So if I have title, if I have content, then I'm going to check if this note exists. If this note exists, that means I'm not creating a new note, rather updating an existing note. But what if this note does not exist? That means I am adding a new note. There we go. So we need to create these 2 methods. And then we're going to go with the remainder of this section. And the first method is the update note, and then we have the add note. And you know what the idea behind this is. So we're going to not save anything here. We're going to jump into our store, and right here within our persist, which is our middleware, which is the middle guy that is talking to our local storage and getting the items back from the local storage, this is exactly where we're going to create these methods. So where do you think we need to put this? Now, we are going to put this where this store is going to export that stuff for us. So we already know where the store exports stuff or objects. We have this notes object, we have this tags object. So these 2 methods, they are going to be siblings of these 2, because at the end of the day, we should be able to catch them here. See? Catch them right here. Use note store. So we should put it in its proper spot as well. So I'm just going to hit enter. And in here, the first method, I'm just going to go with add note. This is going to be a function. Now, when I'm creating a note, what are the different properties involved? Let's take a look at the note type. So I need to have a note ID. I need to have title, content, tag IDs, created at, and updated at. So this is the method that's going to be responsible for creating a new note. So let's go to create a new note, and there we go. So we're going to have title, okay, content, okay, and then we need to have tag IDs as well. But what about created at, updated at, and the ID? Because we have 6 properties here. We talked about 3 of them. Where is the remaining 3? Well, we need to create them within this function. So let's create first the ID. I'm going to say const ID. Now I want this ID to be unique. So there is a method, there is an object that's crypto. On there we have a method that's called random universal unique ID. So this is going to generate the ID for us. And then we need to have some kind of date. So when the event was created. I'm going to call that timestamp const, and we're going to get this date object. Date.now is going to give us the current time. There we go. So now we have 5 of them. Where is the remainder? Well, we have the title, content, tag IDs, the ID itself, the timestamp is going to be the same thing. We're going to use this exact timestamp for created at as well as the updated at. And there we go. We got all 6 properties for an individual note. Now, here we have a method that's called set, and this set method is going to update our store with a specific state parameter. And this function is going to return an object. Why do we need an object? Because every note is an object. That's why we need an object. Now, we're going to grab our notes, and for our notes, what do we want to do? Now, when I'm creating a new note, should I delete the existing ones? No. Therefore, I need to just spread them right here. So I'm putting all the previous notes right here, because by creating a new note, I don't want to delete the existing ones. So now that I have all the previous notes, I want to create a new one. And it should have a specific ID. So I'm going to pass in the ID right here. And then what are the properties? So we have an ID. Now, in a JavaScript object, if you have the key name, the key and the value is the same, you can just remove one of them and just keep the other. So we have the ID. What else are we going to have? We're going to have the title. We're going to have content, and we're going to have tag IDs. We're going to have updated at and created at. Let's do that. Let's do that. Now, if I hover on this, it already knows what these 4 are, but it doesn't know what this is. What is this? Cannot find updated at. Did you mean create? No, I didn't mean create. The reason for this is because this is equal to our timestamp. Timestamp. There we go. Now that we have created all of this, what do we want to return from this function? We want to return a specific note. So I'm going to say return ID. Let's save this. We have these that have a type of any. They shouldn't have this type. We should have been able to read them from our notes. So if I come right here, we have our notes. Let me take a look at this. So we have our note. We have all of these types. I could pass the type, but it should be able to read it. I shouldn't have to pass in the type, because here we have our note store. Here is the type that we passed in. Let's take a look at our index. So we type annotated our create method with this note store that is coming from this file, and it's telling us this has a type of any, and any. Where did we specify the types for these? If I go to my index, if I take a look at my notes store, we have the type for notes and we have the types for tag. We don't have the type for this add note method. So we need to provide the signature inside of our index. We didn't do that, so we need to provide it. So I'm going to come right here. I could just copy the name, come right here, and I'm going to pass the name right there. So this is a method, right? And this method has a specific signature. It has a title. The title has a type of string, and then it has content. The content has type of string as well. It has tag IDs. The tag IDs have a type of an array of strings. So now that we have created this, what type should this return? This is going to return a type of string. Let's save this, and there we go. All the errors are gone. Everything is being handled properly. So we have this add note. We created that. Let's create the update note function. And for the update note function, we're going to go in the same way. We need to have some sort of an idea what note it is that we're talking about. So it's no longer that we accept the title, the content, or the tag IDs. We just want to know what title, what ID that specific note has. So for this one, I could just say note ID, just pass that right there. And then we need to also specify what kind of an update we want to pass in here. Let's create our function. And right here, so we're going to grab our set method, which is going to change the state or change the store for us. And as usual, this is just going to return an object for us. And what is this object? Well, we take a look at our notes object where all of our notes exist. And when we're trying to edit one note, do we delete the previous notes? No, we don't delete them. So we do the same thing as we did above. State.notes. There we go. And then we need to talk about what note it is that we're actually selecting. And we got the ID right here. So I'm just going to grab this ID, put it right here. And depending on which note this is, we want to take a look at what we want to change inside of this note. Now keep in mind, the reason that I'm going into so much depth is so you really can understand what is happening here. And what is happening is we got all of the previous notes, okay? But for this note, we need to get all of the previous properties as well. So if I go to this note too, if I go to the edit, let's say I'm just trying to edit the title. I don't want to change anything inside of the description. So, and I don't want to change anything when it comes to the tags of this note. I don't want to do anything. I just want to change the title, or I just want to change the content, or I just want to change the tag. So for this specific reason, you need to get all of the previous properties of this specific note. Once you have selected all of the previous properties, you need to see what updates you want to pass in here. And then you need to update the timestamp as well. And what timestamp do we want to update? It is the updated at. We're going to set it to date.now. Now, there we go. Very good, right? Now, we still have these two errors. The reason for that is we have not actually specified the signature for that here. So I'm going to pass in here, put that there. This is going to have a note ID. The type of that is going to be string. This will also have updates. And the type of this is going to be very interesting, because when I'm talking about updates, there are certain things that I can update about this note, but there is just one specific thing that I cannot update about this. And what is that? You can just pause the video and think about it. That's the note ID. Under no circumstance should I be able to change the ID of any note. Once the note's created using our store, it should always have that ID unless I delete that note. When I edit the note, I should not be able to change the ID. So within these updates, we should get the ID and we should remove it from the updates. And for that, we have a specific type in TypeScript that's called omit. So I'm going to pass in our note. And what do I want to omit from there? I want to omit this ID. But then I need to select all of the other properties and I need to make them optional as well. Because as I said, the user might change only one property. Now, if I don't make them optional, once the user changes the title, my app is going to tell the user, okay, you changed the title, you need to change the tag, and you need to change the content as well. Otherwise, the title is not going to be updated. But that's not something that I want. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to surround this by an angle bracket, and I'm going to grab our partial and I'm going to put it right there. Now you know what this is, right? What's the idea behind this? Now, this is not going to return anything, so technically you should type annotated to void. And if I go to our store, every issue is solved. Now, in here, we created an add note, an update note. I'm just going to collapse both of them. Now that we have created these two, we can import them in here as well. So we have our add note, there we go. And then we have our update note as well. So now we should be able to just put this update note. There we go. Expected 2 arguments but got 0. Okay. For this one, add note. Sorry, the first letter should be lowercase. So this is expected 3 arguments but got 0. So the only thing we need to pass in here are the arguments. What are the arguments? Well, let's take a look at our update note since this is the first one. If I come right here, update notes requires an ID and then it requires the updates. Okay, so where is the ID? Where is it? We have already gotten that. So if I do node dot, there we go, we got the ID. And then you need to pass in the updates. The updates, of course, that's going to be an object. It could either be the title, the content, or it could be the tags. So tags ID. Now, how do we change the tags? Well, we have already done that using our use state. So we're going to set it equal to our selected tag IDs. All right, we are done. Almost we're done here. Now, once the user makes the changes, clicks on this save changes, where is the user navigated to or relocated to? The user goes to that specific page for that specific node that the user just updated. So we need to do that here as well. Now remember, we have this router. On the router, we have this navigate, and on the navigate, we have an object that's called to that has a to key, and then the property is going to be dynamic. Why? Because I don't know where the user goes. So if the user clicks on node 3, edit, and then clicks on the save changes, the ID of this node is different than node 2. So we should not send the user to a fixed place, rather a dynamic place, because depending on the node, it's going to be a different place that the user goes to. So in here, we're going to grab our backticks, notes, and then how do we do this dynamically? We have already done this a couple of times before. We're going to say node.id. This is where the user wants to go. Okay, very good. Now, what about this add note? What do we want to do with this? Well, we need to pass in a title to this. We need to pass in content. We need to pass in selected tag IDs. We passed all 3 of these. But then what happens once the user creates a new node? Now, keep in mind, this is for creating a new node. So if I click on this, once I create, let's say, my new node, some interesting content, and let's say INTRESTING, interesting. So as soon as I click on create note, where do you think the user goes? The user goes to the specific page for this new node that I created. Let me edit the title because I want this N to be capital. And now let's save changes. There we go. So we should relocate user to that specific page for that newly created node. So for that reason, I'm going to store this inside of a variable, and I'm going to call that variable new node ID const. And remember, we have router.navigate to navigate the user. Whoops, what am I doing? Router.navigate. Where do we want to navigate the user? We want to navigate the user dynamically, remember? So we are going to say /notes. That's the parent route that we need to pass in. And then, well, it depends on the node ID. And that's, okay, no, let me just copy that, put that here. That depends on the ID that we get here. So whatever the ID of the newly created node is, we navigate the user there. And that's it. That's it for our create node function. Now you can see we have 3 things that we need to take care of. The next thing, let's see what it is in our order. We have this toggle tag. So toggle tag, you go from one tag to the other tag. This should be simple. Let's come beneath here. I'm going to put that there. This is a function. And since this function is going to toggle our tag, we need to pass in a tag ID here as well. The type of this is going to be a string. Now, we want to toggle the tag ID. We want to toggle the tag, and I need to show you exactly what it is that we're trying to do here. So I'm going to click on my new note. I'm going to click on edit. Now, this note has a tag, an existing tag that is interesting. So this interesting, you can see by default, this is selected. That's why the style is different. Now, toggling this tag means if it is selected, unselected. There we go. And then toggle also means if it is not selected, select it. There we go. So either this is selected and you unselect it, or if it is unselected, you just select it. All right. So this means toggling. See, switching on and off. That's toggling. And that's exactly the thing that we want to implement in here. That's exactly the thing. So how do we implement this? Now, keep in mind, this on and off, it changes the UI. So we need to select our state setter function. And for this, we have this set selected tag IDs, say state setter function. Now, once you pass this here, you need to take a look at the previous state, because if it is on, you want to turn it off. Okay, let's just say it like that. I'm just gonna, so if it is selected, this means this is on, otherwise this is off, unselected. All right, so because selected, unselected, I feel like I'm not pronouncing that correctly, so I don't want there to be any confusion in there. So when I'm setting this on and off, I'm changing the UI. That's why I got this state setter function. Now, I'm changing the UI, okay, but I need to get what the previous value was. So if I go back, take a look at this. If I click on edit, there is a previous state for this. So we need to select that. I'm going to put that right here. And right here, let's just put this in parentheses. Keep in mind to be within this state setter function. Don't go outside of it. So within here, we got this previous state. Well, how do you check if this previous state includes the current ID, the current ID for our tag? Where, well, this is actually an array, because we know our tags, they're an array. So if I do dot, we can see we have all of the array methods, and we can select this one, array.includes. If it includes the tag ID, what do I want to do next? If it includes this, I want to do this. Otherwise, I want to do that. So if it includes this, I want to get rid of it. I'm going to explain why. So I'm going to say previous.filter. And the way we remove this is we basically filter it out. That's how we remove it. So I'm going to pass in the ID. And I'm going to say ID is not equal to tag ID. And in this way, you filter it out, because the filter method, it returns the things that are true. It doesn't return the things that are false. And if this is false, it's not going to be returned. So we don't return that. Otherwise, we want to add the tag ID by creating a new array with the previous items plus the new tag ID. So we are just going to spread our previous item here, and then we add the new tag ID right there. Now, how does this actually work? I feel like I need to explain this includes. So if this includes, in simple terms, this means that it is on. Well, I shouldn't put that there. I should put it, let me just explain it extremely simply. This is our on. No, this is our off. And this is our on. And that's it. This is the off, unselect it. We unselect it like this. And this is the on, we unselect it here. How do we unselect it? We filter it out. We filter out the impurities. Therefore, we get them out of our array. Therefore, we unselect them. And we select them. How? We put it inside of this array. So we get all the previous items or all the previous tag IDs, but then we add a new item in there. So we turn it on. So as soon as I click on this, it's going to be turned off. And it means this part is running. As soon as I click on it again and it turns on, it means I'm running this part. And I feel like I explained that pretty well. So I'm going to keep that there. This is our toggle tag. The final thing that we have here before moving forward is handle add tag. I'm going to put it on top of our toggle tag because you need to have a tag to be able to toggle it. So here I'm going to say handle add tag. And what do we want to do here? Well, when you are trying to add something, that means you're trying to, well, this simple thing right here and this button, it tries to submit this if we don't prevent the default behavior. So the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to say react dot form event, and in here I'm going to say e dot prevent default. There we go. We got that. Now, we only want to add a new tag if there is a tag name. So if new tag name is available, if this is true, if this is true, what do we want to do? Well, and jump into our store. So we created these two. I'm just going to come down here and I'm going to create that one as well. And for every individual tag, we just have a name. That's simple. This is going to be rather simple. Now, each tag is going to have an ID, right? So I'm going to say ID. How do you create an ID? A unique ID, that's random UUID. And let's grab our set, which is going to set the state of our store or update the state of our store. This is going to return an object. Now, the structure is going to be exactly like add note or update note. The logic within there is going to be different. So we have this object that is tags, which has all of the tags inside of it. Now, when you create a new tag, do you want the previous tags to be removed? No. That's why you need to put all of the previous tags in here, and onto them you add a new tag, depending on what kind of an ID it has. See, it's exactly the same structure. ID and name. All right. So for every individual tag, you just have two things. You have the ID and then you have the name. And I'm going to come right here, and in here, we just want to return that specific tag. Now, we need to go to our index.ts for types, and we need to specify that here as well. So we have our add tag. This is going to have just one property. That's going to be, one parameter, I should say. And that's going to be a name with a type of string. What do we want this to return? This is going to return a string as well. And there we go. Because this is going to return the ID for that specific tag. Remember, we return the ID. We get the ID right here. We get the ID here. And then we pass it here. At the end of the day, that's a string that we want to return. All right. So now that we have that, we need to import this. We need to get it from our useNote store as well. Let's save that. And if you're wondering about this tag ID, that this is a string, we did the same thing for the previous methods. We, for the update note, well, we didn't create a new one. So for the new one, see, we returned a string because this is actually the ID that holds the information for all of this. And this is the thing that we store in our local storage. Coming to here, if I save this, we don't have any error. So let's go to our page. Let's reload the page. This is the new page. There is, Let's take a look at let's inspect this. Let's see what's the problem in here. Okay, it says cannot read, note edit, line 13. What do we have here? Title. The above error occurred in the note edit page component. The following was not caught by a route. To reload the page. This is the stack for the error. It's talking about this one. So if I were to just change this with a question mark and save this, reload the page, we have line 14. Now we have that here. This should be an optional one. And let's reload the page. There we go. We got it. There we go. It doesn't have the proper styling, but nonetheless, it's the thing that we want. So at this point, I'm going to pause the video and I'm going to apply all the styles and I'm going to come back in just 1 second. And here we go. We're done. Almost done. So we can see everything looks awesome. It looks okay. And let's try to add a new tag. I'm going to say 1, 2, 3, add it. And there we go. We got it. We don't have the styles for this because I wanted to show you how this is being added. We have our edit note or create new note. So we need to conditionally load this title. We need to also conditionally load this button, and you can see it works. So if I were to say new app note 1 and what should I write here? Some text 1 and just copy it several times. I'm not sure, since this doesn't have styles, I'm not sure if I'm selecting it or not. If I click on this, you can see we're redirected to here, but if I go to my vault, there we go. I believe I deselected that and we don't see that there. Let's create a new one. So this is going to be new app note 2 here. Let's come right here, new app note 2, some text 2. I'm copy pasting this several times because I want to see that working. So if I come right here, if I say 456, add tag, it should be selected by default. So if I click on it, go to vault, there we go. We got our tag. Now, there is, of course, some things that are off. We're going to get started with the title because we need to show these dynamically. We shouldn't show both of them, depending on which page we are. So it's very easy for us to actually be able to decide where we are. Now, since we want to do something JavaScripty, we need to open up curly braces. Now in here, if the note exists, then I'm going to say, let me just copy this part. I'm going to say edit note because the note already exists. If it doesn't exist, then I'm going to say create new note. There we go. You can see the note doesn't exist. That's why it says create new note. And we're going to do almost the same thing for our button as well. Right here, I'm going to cut this and I'm going to say, if the note exists, then do this. Showcase this one. Otherwise, whoops, showcase that one. There we go. You can see, since this exists, it shows that for us. And, okay. So here it says create new node. What about these two buttons? What about these tags that we are creating here? So this is what's responsible for it. And the reason that I didn't complete this was because I wanted to show you how this actually works instead of just copy pasting it. So the styles are going to be dynamic. That's why I'm going to get rid of these quotes. And since it's dynamic, I need to first open up this curly braces and then the backticks. Why are they dynamics? Because if you click on a note or not, it should be obvious to the user. So you can see there are 6 tags in here. Sorry, not click on a note, click on a tag. So there are 6 tags in here. And as soon as you take a look at them, it's obvious which ones are selected, which ones are not. So if you click on this one, it's selected. Click on this one, it's selected. And that's exactly what I want to do here. So only the selection part of the notes is going to be unique, and that's the background color. The rest of the styles are going to be applied no matter what. So if the select, now in here, I cannot just write anything I want. I need to open up template literals because I'm trying to access a JavaScript variable. The JavaScript variable is selected tag IDs. If this includes the tag.id, then it means that we clicked on it. What do I want to do? I want to implement this BG, which I am going to write in a moment. Otherwise, it means that we are not clicking on it, it's not selected, then I'm going to implement this BG. What are these BGs that I want to implement? Let me just copy that. So the first BG is this one, background color. The second one, for the ones that are not selected, is this one. Let's save that. Let's come right here, and there we go. So I create 789, add tag. You can see it's selected. So if I come right here, I said when you create a new tag, you want it to be selected as well using here. So if you don't do this and you just add the tag, save this, reload the page, you can see by default it's not selected. So I could say 000 add tag, it's not selected. You need to click on it to select it. But I said, okay, I thought, okay, if the user creates it, then they want to select it. If they change their mind, they can always unselect it. That's why I did this, right? Now you know why. So what else do we have here? I believe now we're done with this. Now we're done. Let's go to our vault. We have these. We don't have our notes. We don't have, unless we have our notes, we are not going to be able to edit any of these. Because if I come right here, if you click on any note, it goes to this URL, to this notes URL. And from here, you send the user to this edit note page. Now let's take a look at this. So I am clicking on this one. You can see we are right here. We don't see that. And we don't have any way to actually take a look at our note because now details page is also not created. So we need to create that as well. Now, if I take a look at the edit page, I believe we should be able to see this. So /edit. So I could say edit. There we go. We can edit it like this. Let's say I wanted to have 2 tags. So let's save this. Let's go to here. Now you can see it has 2 tags. And I just noticed that I didn't style this properly if it had more than 1 tag. So if I take a look at, now I'm going to do it live. I didn't thought of it before. So if I click on this, we are in here. We have an H2, a paragraph, 1 div, another div. So this is our NoteVault page. And each tag is its own div right there. Okay, so that creates different divs for me. And I pass in a tag icon and that. What should I do? So I could put this inside a div. So these two have the same parent. Let's say Control-Shift-P, wrap with abbreviation, and I'm just going to say div, hit enter. Now, as soon as I save this, this is because they change because both of them have the same parent. Now, on this one, class name, this is how I solve problems. I could just simply say flex, both of them are side by side. I'm going to say gap x4, too much, 2, there we go. And now, if there is more than one, this is how it works. But there is a dilemma in here because the dilemma is, what if there is like 10 or 20 or whatever, like a lot of them? 1, 5, 4. Let's go to edit. I could say 154. I could say 198. I think that's enough. I didn't save that. What am I doing in here? Save this, edit, save changes. Let's go to Vault. There we go. So if I keep decreasing the width of the window, at some point, there we go, it overflows the container. So for that, I was afraid of that. So for that, we're going to say flex wrap. Now you can see we need both the X gap and the Y gap. So that's where you would get rid of the X gap. And this is why most of the times, I just say gap 2 because I don't want to think about it again. Most of the times, if you just say C gap 8, because I know I eventually see flexbox gap 4. Most of the times that's what I do, because I don't want to worry about it if it overflows to the next line. And now it doesn't matter how many tags there are. See? This is how you actually handle this kind of situation. You don't need to worry about it. You don't need to get frustrated. Just think about what it is that you want to do and just implement it with Tailwind CSS. These are very simple stuff. So the next page for us would be the notes page. I am going to create the notes page, and then we are going to create this specific page for this note details where we are going to show. Well, you could go both ways. You could create this first, and then you could create the notes. But since the notes page, it resembles our Vault page a lot, I'm going to create the notes page first, and then I'm going to create our the individual note page. To get started with our notes list page, I'm going to keep this NoteVault page. Let's get rid of this index. Let's keep this, and I'm gonna, I'm gonna keep our index.ts as well. Now I'm gonna jump into our pages, and here is our notes list page. Let's take a look at our completed application to have some idea of what it is that we're trying to do. So what is the difference between the Vault page and the notes page? The only difference is that in the notes page, the title is different, and then we show all of our tags for our individual notes. That's the only thing that's different. Aside from this and this route that is different, there is no other difference. So if you come right here, if you click on this, you're going to go to that individual note page, and even if you go to the notes page and click on any individual note, you're going to be redirected to the same page. So both of them are the same. That's why I want to create this before jumping and creating individual note pages. So first things first, we're going to go ahead and get started with the markup. I'm going to create the markup first, and then we're going to talk about how to incorporate the dynamic parts into the markup. So we are going to have a section element. Within the section, I'm going to have a div, and this is because I want to have this section be responsive. You can see now, if you want to take a look at any part of your application, or any part of any other application, and you want to know, or you want to be able to guess correctly how many containers there are or how to lay out items, then you need to always take a look at the gap, always. So take a look at this. So I have the gap right here between this my new note and interesting. You can see this gap right here. This is more than the gap that I have between these two tags. That's more. And this signifies that this part has its own container, and this is in its own container. So the gap is going to give you almost a very good clue on how to actually organize your pages. And then take a look at this. So I have the gap right here, and then I seem to have the same amount of gap right here. So this means this could be inside of a different container as well. Or it could be that these two are within one container and this part is within another container. And another way for you to really find this out is always just take a look at the dynamicness of the page, the responsiveness of the page. So if I keep increasing this, which parts of the page change, which parts of the page don't change. That's also going to give you some very good clues in order to understand how responsiveness works. So as I'm increasing the width of the window, now take a look at this width. So in this width for notes, I have one column. It's just one column. I have several rows, but I have one column of content. So I have it right here. This is what I mean. This is one column. I have several rows, crooked ones, but nonetheless, I have one column. Now, since I have this, if I keep increasing the width of the window, you can see I still have one column, but then this part changes behavior. Because I have more horizontal space, these tags, they rearrange themselves to align themselves with the original line that they were layout. So what I basically mean is that whenever you have different parts of the UI reacting differently to the screen width, this means that they have different containers. Sort of, you could just call them, they have different diffs, because most of the times it is diffs. So this way I know that all of my notes, they are within one container because they behave similarly, but the tags are different. So one indicator was the space, the other indicator is the actual behavior. You can see the tags are still going up. Now the note, they went to 2 columns and 2 rows. And there we go. Now all tags are in line. And now I have all of my notes in line as well. You can see how now the tags don't change their behavior. They don't change their layout, but my notes, they change their layout. So these are like small indicators for you to really understand how responsiveness works. And it's really easy. You just have to make this a habit of imagining how the content should flow. And there is actually there are some conventions, best practices that you need to follow, but there is no actual science behind this. It's just responsive design, media query. You can read about it online, but it's just once it clicks for you, it's going to click and you don't have to worry about it ever again. Now that that side note is over, let's actually get started with creating this page. So in here, I'm going to have a div. Within the div, I'm going to have one h1 that's going to say all notes, as you can see there. And in here, there is going to be a link that's going to basically navigate the users to create a new note. We already did something like this in our NoteVault page. Let me put these two pages side by side. So if I go to the top of the page, there we go. We got this link. So I could just very well copy that, put it right here and save this. Plus icon, we need to import this as well as the link. I need to go to the opening tag and there we go. Let's save that and there we go. We got that right there. And I think I imported this link incorrectly. We need to import it from Tanstack Router rather than Lucid React. So let me get rid of this link. And now if I save it, there we go. We got our stuff. So this is going to be the div. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to create the rest of them. Now, if I take a look at my completed app, the first part is our tags part. So for the tags, what I want to do is I want to have one div that includes all of the tags. Now, since I don't know at any specific time how many tags there are going to be, I have to iterate over something that holds all of the tags for me. But nonetheless, I want to have a div to have all of them. There is going to be a button that's going to say all, and this button is going to have the ability to basically select all of the tags for us. First off, let's just create the UI and then we're going to implement the functionality here. So after this, I'm going to have some sort of an array to iterate over and to get all of my tags. So there is going to be a map method on something that's going to give me an individual tag. Now, if we take a look at our store, we know that we did something like this. We got our notes and our tags into this page right here into NoteVault page. So what I can do is I can just simply copy that come to the top, put it right there, and then import this store, save this. And if I come right here, you can see now I should have this object.values, which is going to give me an array based on the values of a specific object. And that object is the tag. So as soon as I do the dot, all of the errors are gone. Now, what do I want to do for every individual tag? Let me just hit enter so this is rearranged better. Now, for every individual tag, now you need to keep in mind you should be within the map method because that's what is iterating and creating individual tags. If you go outside of it, this is not going to work. So for every individual tag, of course, I'm going to have some HTML. So there is going to be a button. The button is going to have this tag.name. We're going to show that there. But then this button should also have a key, which is going to be equal to tag.id. This is why we add not table, tag.id. Except for the tag that says all, the rest of them, they're going to have an icon. The icon is going to be that tag icon that we imported from Lucid React. There is going to be a class on it, and I'm just going to say size 3. And yeah, that should suffice. Let's close this as well. Let's save everything. If I come right here, there we go. So it doesn't have styling, but nonetheless, it got all of our tags because all of them are in one central point, and that's our store. Everything is right there. So what do I want to do after this? After this, I want to show all of my notes. So make sure to get out of this div. So I'm just going to hit enter. I'm going to get out of there. I'm going to create a different div. I explained why. And in here, what we want to do is basically we want to get all of our notes, but we want to filter them at the same time. The reason that we want to filter them is because originally when you go to this page, this notes page, you can see this all is already selected. That means show me all of the notes. It doesn't matter which note has what tag. Just show me all of them. But then if you keep clicking on any of these tags, if they have a corresponding note or a correlating note, they are going to be shown. This is what I mean. Now you can see here I have my new note. It has a tag that says interesting. If I click on interesting, we're going to only filter out the notes that have this specific tag. If they don't have it, we're not going to show them. And what did I say? We're going to filter them out. So this is where we're going to use the filter method. So we know all of these notes. Eventually we're going to convert them to an array, and then we're going to filter that array. Now, if I click on new one, I have a note with this tag. For new 2, I also have a note. New 3, you can see I have a tag, but I don't have a note. For new 4, the same thing. 1, 2, 3, the same thing. But if I click on all, I'm going to see all of the notes, irrespective of what tag they have. Let's create a no tag note. I'm going to say just 1, 2, 3. Let's edit this. Let's create the note. Now, if I go to my notes, you can see this doesn't have a tag, and all shows it as well. Now, there is one other thing that we already implemented inside of our Vault, and that is the newly created notes. They're going to come to the top. So we need to have this functionality. So let's first off implement the functionality, and then we're going to take a look at how we're going to come up with the HTML for it. So I'm going to create a variable that's going to be called filtered notes. And this filtered notes is going to hold all of the filtered notes, the logic for it, and then we're going to show that in our HTML. So where are our notes? We know that we have this mother object, and on there we have this values method that is going to give us the values for a specific object keys, and then it's going to convert them to an array. And we're going to pass in notes in here. So now this is an array. So technically, if I do the dot notation, we're going to see all of our array methods. Now, we want to filter them out. Now, I'm going to try to explain it as simply as possible, but it's not going to be in correct programming terms because I want you to really understand what is happening here. So when I'm filtering the notes, what is notes? Notes is an array. Okay, so when I'm doing any kind of method on an array, that method selects one item of that array and it does something with that item depending on what I want, depending on what method it is that I'm using, but the idea is the same. We select one item from the array and we do something with it. So if I have an array of notes, one item within there would be one note, individual note. And then once it does something with this individual note, it repeats the same pattern for as many times as there are members or items within that array. So if the array has 5 items, it means the filter method is going to repeat this pattern 5 different times. If it has 1,000 items, it's going to repeat it 1,000 times. And this is why we use these array methods, because we don't want to do this ourselves manually. We don't know how many items there are. There could be 10,000 or 1,000,000, but we want to do it programmatically. So this is how you do it programmatically. Now, what do we want to do for an individual note? Keep in mind, what is the idea of this filter notes? We want to filter the notes based on what kind of a tag they have. So the first scenario that I'm going to take a look at is when no specific tag has been selected. And that's the original behavior of this page as well. So if I reload the page, if I come right here, you can see no tag has been selected. We have this all, but it shows all of the notes. It all specifically says that no tag has been selected. You can see all, just show me all of them. But now if I say interesting, you can see we deselected all. And if I click on all, it shows all of my notes. So that's the first scenario. So if no other tag has been selected, what does that mean? It means we need to have some sort of a variable that's going to act as our tags. And I'm going to call it selected tag ID. Because eventually when we select it, we select the tags. The differentiating factor is the ID, and we select them based on that. So if I say selected tag ID, this means that some tag has been selected because I just said this is true. But I said if no tag has been selected, this means this should be a flip. So we're going to say this exclamation mark, which is the negating operator. So this means that whenever this is false, and when is this false? When no tag has been selected. When no tag has been selected, what does that mean? That means that the all key has been selected. We are on the all key. I could just comment this out because this is very important for you to understand. The logic of, I know like this HTML, the JSX, that's easy. These logical parts are the parts that are going to determine whether or not you can finish that unfinished project, or you can get started with a project on your own and really understand it and create it. Eventually, you're going to be able to create the UI, but when it comes to this programming aspect, that's a different story that you need to master. So when this is false, this means that we have selected the all key. So both of them are the same because no tag has been selected. So we handled this part. Now, what is this? This is going to change the UI. So we need to use state. We know that. So I'm going to say use state. What is our initial state for this? Well, initially, there is nothing selected. So I'm going to pass a null, but then this use state might have something selected as well when the user clicks on something. So it could be that it has a type of string or a type of null. Now these conditions, these situations are very good if you're using TypeScript, that it's going to be very specific for you what it is you want to do. Now in here, I'm going to say selected tag ID and then set selected tag ID. That's going to be, the reason for this is because we are changing the UI in some way. When we change the UI, we want the UI to be updated at the same time as well. That's why we're going to use state. So we have all of this. what is the next step? The next step is the other part of the situation, the other part of the condition. So the first condition is when all is selected. The other part of the condition is that if any of these tags is selected. And this part, basically, we can just implement one logic for all of the tags because all of the tags have the same behavior. Even though there are like 6 tags right here, but their behavior is the same. So we can just have one logic for all of them, depending on which one the user clicks. So I'm going to use this OR operator and I'm going to explain why. So we have this selected tag ID. If this is false, which means the user has not selected anything, if this part is true, we're going to return this part, and the filter method, if this part is true, let me just explain it like this. So if this part is true, the filter method is going to return all of the notes because there is no filtering criteria based on which this filter method should filter them. So essentially, the filter method is going to act as a map method right here because there is no criteria, even though we said that right here. You could say this is a criteria, but this criteria means don't filter anything, show me all of the notes. So this is as good as there being nothing here. So either this or this. Now, keep in mind, the reason that I'm using the OR operator is because I want to evaluate one side of this operator at the same time. Just one side, not both of them. Now, if I were to use this double ampersand, this is the AND operator. This means both of the sides should be true. I don't want that. I want to have only one side to be true at the same time. At one specific point in time, I want only one side to be true. That's why I'm using the OR operator. So we tackled the all. What about the other part? The other part is whenever the user has selected something, and that thing is a selected tag ID. So let me just select this, and we're going to pass it right here. So the user has selected that. Okay, now how do I filter the notes based on this? Because this is a tag, keep in mind. When I click on this tag, I want to filter the notes. So I'm going to cut this. I'm going to say, I have this notes thing, right? I have this notes thing. If I do the dot notation, sorry, not the notes. Keep in mind, we're in the filter method, so we're talking about individual notes, right? So I have this note thing. If I do the dot method, take a look at this. We have the tag ID, okay? Now, if this specific note that the filter method is filtering has a tag ID that is the same as the selected tag ID, then we're going to show that note. Otherwise, we're not going to show anything. And that's it. That's basically it. Now, this is it for the filter method. This is how we filter our notes. Let me save this so this rearranges it better. Let me explain it one more time. So we have all of our notes selected in this scenario. Keep in mind, at one specific point in time, only one side of this operator is going to return true, not both sides of them. At only one side of that. So if this is true, this means no tag has been selected, which means we are in the all page and we show all of the notes. If this side is true, this means some tag has been selected. Now keep in mind, it says selected tag ID. This is singular because at any specific point in time, you can select only one tag. You cannot select 2 tags. Well, that should be the behavior of the app. You cannot click in 2 different places at the same time. You can't do that. You can just click one in one place. So we show the note that has the same tag ID as the tag ID that the user has clicked on. We show that note. Keep in mind, what is our eventual goal? Our eventual goal is to filter that note and show it. And how do we show it? Well, the last part is something that we have already done. Now keep in mind, filter also returns an array for us. So that's why if I do the dot, we can see all of these array methods. Now, what did we do here? We basically said, okay, sort the items for me. So I'm just going to grab this, put it at the end of it, right there. And the way the sorting basically works is to be, since I'm explaining everything in depth, I should just explain this in depth as well. You have this A, and then you have this B. A refers to one note, B refers to another note. So both A and B are notes. Now, we select the note that was created later first. There we go. That's why we selected B. And then we take a look at when that was created, the updated at time. When was that created, or when was that updated? Because initially when the note is created, if you come right here, this is where we handled where the note is created right here. So initially when the note is created, the updated time and the created time is the same. Only when the note has been updated, the updated time is going to be larger than the created time. All right? So this is the logic behind it. And you can see if I keep explaining everything to the smallest detail, this video is going to go like 50 hours. And at some point, it's going to become very difficult to follow. But I just want to explain the key stuff. So we have this A note and then we have the B note. The B note has been created after the A note. We take a look at the time that the B note was created, and we subtract it from the time that the A note was created. Okay, if this time is bigger, this means B was created after A, and then we return B first, and then we return A. In this scenario, we have the newly created notes shown before the older or the later created notes. Okay, and then if this B is less than A, this means B was created later than A. So we show A. This means the result of this negation, the result of this subtraction is negative. That means A was created first. If both of them are the same, which technically it's not going to be in our app, but let's say both of them are the same, then there is not going to be any specific order. It's just going to be the HTML order. That's going to show that for us. Okay, so this is how we actually talk about this. Perfect. Now let's move forward. We have all of this. We are yet to use this method. We're going to use it. And let's just jump right below and get started with creating the rest of the HTML. So I'm going to come right down. Here we are. Now that you know how everything works, I'm just going to move forward. So we have our filter notes. We know that this is an array, and every individual, for every individual thing within that array, which is called a note, we want to generate some HTML in here. The HTML is going to contain a div. The div is going to require a key, which is going to be our note.id. And what is going to be within the HTML, within this div? Well, it's going to be the same structure that we created here. So what did we create here? We did almost the same thing here. So we have this div, and then within the div, we have a link. The link is going to have an H2 and a paragraph, and then we have another div that basically surrounds our tag IDs, that has all of our tag IDs. And then we implemented this as well. And then we show all of the tags right here. So what I could do is I could just copy this entire thing, come right here and just put it right here. And let's save that. Let's come right here and there we go. The styles are a little bit off for these tags, but nonetheless, we have all of our notes. This note doesn't have any tag. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't have. Okay. So you can see this part is done as well. And finally, we need to handle if there are no notes. If there are no notes, we need to handle that as well. I'm going to copy this, put it right here. Now, we don't have all notes. We have filtered notes. If filtered notes length is 0, which means the array is empty, then we are going to show that. Okay. At this point in time, we cannot delete any of these notes, but just rest assured it is there. Now, there are some things that I want to implement here. So if I click on any of these tags, I should be able to filter the notes based on that specific tag. But before doing that, I'm going to pause the video, implement all the styles so we can see the stuff better, and then we're going to talk about the implementation. All right, we're done with all of our styles for this page. And now the only thing remaining would be for us in this page would be to actually make sure that these, whenever we click on these tags, the UI actually changes. If I click on the new note, we can see we are redirected to the page for a new note. And now let's come to our notes. Let's make sure that we can handle that. And that's the job of this set selected tag ID. So on this, I'm going to copy this method, and we are talking about this div right here. So I'm going to collapse the other ones so you are sure that we're not going to talk about them in this context. So we have this div right here, this one. This is responsible for all of our tags. And what we want to do is we want to implement that use state setter function right here. So if I'm on the all, what do I want to do here? Well, it means that I have not selected any tag, so I need to specify that here. And since these are buttons, they're all going to have an on-click. On-click, which means that whenever I click on this button, what do I want to do? I want to say that the state of this is going to be null. So if I click on this, now you might say, okay, initially the page is on all, but what if you click on interesting and then you click back on all? Shouldn't the all work? Well, that's what we are trying to do here. And another thing that I've implemented is some conditional styling. If this has been selected, which means that the tags are null, we implement this style, otherwise we implement this style. It's really rudimentary. Very simple. And the bottom part, we want to implement something like this, but it's going to be a little bit different because we want to make sure that we are clicking on that appropriate tag and we're selecting that. Because you can see here I have just one button, but in the page I have 6 different tags. So this button is being repeated 6 different times. So how do I know on which of these the user clicks? Well, I can track the ID of them. If the ID is the same, then I'm going to select that note. And how do I track that? Well, I've already selected the ID, right? I have this tags that has the ID. I've already given that to the key. So the only thing I need to do is just select that. So I'm going to put in our state setter function and I'm going to pass in tag.id. Tag.id is going to specify that this is the tag that the user has clicked on. And it doesn't matter if there are 100 because this button is being repeated. You need to keep in mind, what is the problem? The problem is that this button is being generated, regenerated, recreated several different times. And the only way for us to understand which tag the user has clicked on is to take a look at the ID. So when I say ID, for every individual button, the ID is going to be different. Now, if I click on interesting, if I save this, click on interesting, you can see we're selecting interesting. If I click on new, you can see I'm selecting this new. Of course, I'm filtering the notes based on this, but this set selected tag ID doesn't filter the notes. It just updates the UI. It just switches these colors. Filtering of the notes, it comes from our filtered notes that we talked about extensively. Okay, so you need to know which part of your app is responsible for what exactly. Now, I believe we are done with this page. So, this is our app. Sorry, I need to take a look at this. So I have one node that has so many different tags. I should create a new node. I could say tag ID node. I'm not sure what to write. I'm just writing something. Some node, whatever. And then let's give it 198, create new node. Now, if I come right here, you can see this node has been added to the top. We don't have that individual edit node. Let me just get rid of all of these. So if I go to this /edit, sorry, I mistyped that, edit. We have all of these. I'm going to select the 000, save changes. Now if I come right here, and what about this note? Let's go to edit. For this one, let's select 1, 2, 3. Okay. So I have 3 notes with 3 different tags. If I click on all, it's going to show me all of them. 1, 2, 3 is going to show me only the notes that have this 1, 2, 3 tag. We don't have 4, 5, 6 or this. We have this. We don't have this, and then we have this. Now, what if there are 2 notes with the same tag? Similar. Whatever. 1, 2, 3. I don't know. So let's give it 000. And now I have 2 notes with the same tag. So if I click on 000, you can see it. Well, the styling is a little bit off. You can use grid, you can use subgrid to fix this, but I'm gonna leave it to you to actually fix that. But nonetheless, we have 2 notes where we have the same tag, but nonetheless, we have 2 notes, and it doesn't matter how many there are, we're gonna show all of them. So this page is also done, and as you can see, the next page that we need to take care of is this node details page, and after that we're going to jump into our tags page, and the tags page should be simple as well. So let's jump into our which page is it? It's this page right here. Once we click on this, it says node details page, and I'm going to close this. I'm going to close this, close the edit page as well. I'm going to keep these 2 open. Let's jump into our node details page right here. And as usual, the first thing that I want to tackle is going to be our JSX. We're going to have a section element, and within this section element, I'm going to have a div that's going to be responsible for our content. So it's going to be very similar to the way that we created this page and the notes page. Just click on any of them. So in here, I'm going to have an h1 that is going to have the title of our node. So this is going to say node.title. Now we have not implemented that. So let's go ahead and let's implement this. So what do we want to do here? Well, we need to make sure that we are on the correct note page. So if there is any specific note, because there are going to be several different notes, all right? And we need to make sure that once we click that note, we clicked it. Then we are redirected to the page responsible for the node that we clicked on. So we need to take a look at the ID that Tanstack Router gives us. And we already know how we can implement that. So there is going to be a use params hook that Tanstack gives us. We need to pass in a strict here as well, just to make it happy. And this is going to return for us an object in which we have a note ID. I've already shown you how this works, and we have already talked about this. So now I know what the ID of the note is when I go to that specific page. I selected that from the URL. Now, we're going to jump into our store, and we're going to select a couple of things. So I have this use note store. What do I want to select? Well, I want to select the tags for this specific note, and I want to select the note itself as well. So I'm going to have notes as well as tags. Now, for this one, notes, let me delete this. So I have notes. I should have access to it. And then I have tags as well. And let's initialize this as well. So I have notes and I have tags. We're going to have the ability to delete this note as well. And then we're going to add that to our store, but just later in this section, in this part. For now, I just want to select the notes and the tags. Now I need to make sure the notes that are coming to this page, or the individual node that is coming to this page, it has the same ID as I've selected from my, I shouldn't have saved this, from my Tanstack router. It should have the same ID as that one. And how do we check that? We have already done that. So I'm going to store that within this variable, and I'm going to call it note. If there is a note ID, then I want to select my notes and I want to pass that note ID in there. And then I want to select that individual note. But if the note ID is not there, it doesn't match, I just want to return no. That's it. Okay, so this is going to be it for us for now. Now, if I come right here, if I take a look at my title that I have for this, so let me just rewrite this. So we have this note. If I do the dot notation, there we go. We got the title, and we want to pass in the title right here. So this is our H1 for the title. We're going to have a link component. Make sure to bring it from Tanstack, not from, as I did from Lucid React. Now, I did delete all of our notes from here, so I'm going to create a new note, some interesting note, some content, and let's just click on interesting. Let's create the note, and there we go. So this is what we're trying to recreate. Now, keep in mind, there are a couple of things that we need to actually implement Tanstack Router on, but for now, I just want to move forward with this. So on this H1, we have this link that is going to basically navigate the user to a page that has, well, this link is not on H1. This is a sibling of the H1, but this link is going to navigate the user to a page that's going to allow the user to edit this note. But then that page is going to be dynamic because the note is going to be different depending on which node the user is on. We want to show that specific page for editing. So if I'm on this some interesting note, if I click on edit, you can see I am on this page. It's not like when I click on edit, I go to some different page. And all of this, it always gets done using the ID. Remember, using the ID, because that's the differentiating factor. So we still go to our notes route, and from there we go to a dynamic route. That dynamic route comes from our node.id. And after that, remember I kept adding edit. We're going to add the edit. So this is going to be the URL. Instead of me adding it to the URL address bar, I'm just going to add it right here. And then what is this link going to do? This link is going to have an edit icon from Lucid React. And this edit icon is going to have a size of 5. And then after this edit icon, we're going to say edit. So let me save this. Let's come right here. There we go. So you can see I have this edit for this specific. So if I click on edit, I'm going to the similar whatever 1, 2, 3 page. See? Very cool stuff. So we're done with this link. The next step is to actually show one or more tags involved with this specific note. But before moving forward, there is another button that we need to add in here. And I'm going to come right down. I'm going to say button that is going to have a trash icon. Let me just say trash 2. Yeah, that's the icon. And the size of the icon is going to be 5. Now, size 5 in Tailwind, it applies height and width at the same time. It's going to be 20 pixels of width and height. So it's like a perfect square for us. And this button is going to have an event on it that's going to help us to actually delete this. But for now, I don't want to add it. We're going to add it in just a moment. So now that we're done with this div, I'm going to get out of this div. I'm going to create actually a new div because I want to be able to style this, remember? So you can see if you take a look at this, this seems to be in one place, and then there is a lot of space, this, and then there is a lot of space on the content, and then there is again a lot of space, and there is this date that we created this note. Now, to be able to show our tags, we have done this several different times. So I'm just going to get started with it. We're going to take a look at our tag IDs, and this is going to give us an array which we can map over. And every individual thing within that array is going to be a tag ID. And what do we want to do for that? We want to generate some HTML. The HTML should have this key on the div. On the thing that we keep repeating, you need to add an ID, because if you keep repeating that, every time React should know what the ID is so it can differentiate between different instances of that. All right. And then here I have this tag icon that I just imported. This is going to have a class name of size 3. And after this, we need to have the tag name. I cannot just hard code it right here. I need to take a look at what the name is. So I'm going to select our tags. I'm going to pass in the tag ID, and then from there, we have this name that I'm going to select. Now, if I jump into our completed page, there we go. So the tag that this similar has, if I come right here, you can see the similar, it has a tag of 000. But then this new app node 2 also has the same tag. So if I click on this, there we go, new app 2. And then we don't have the content because we didn't include it inside of our JSX, but nonetheless, we have the tag. The content comes below the tag. So that's our next logical step. In here, I'm going to create a div. This div is going to have a paragraph. The paragraph is going to say note dot content. There we go. And then after this div, I am going to create another one that's going to be responsible for our created date as well as the last updated date. So I'm going to have a paragraph that's going to say created. This is going to be a new date object. And then we're going to pass in note.createdAt. And then this is going to give us an ISO string. We need to convert it to a locale string so we can read it actually in the browser, human readable, not machine readable. Okay, what seems to be the problem here? So it says type undefined type string, note.createdAt number or undefined. Okay, perfect. So we have this, and then now since both of these are going to be the same thing, I'm just going to change the text. This is going to be updated at. And then when the updated at time changes, because we have already implemented the logic, that's going to show it right here as well. So let's save this. Now this is our completed app. I'm going to come into this app that we're working on. You can see, well, the UI is a little bit off. Don't worry about it. So if I click on this, you can see now the created time, 4:54 p.m. Oh, because right now it's not 4:54 p.m. It's 9:58 a.m. Let me create a new note to test testing. Individual note page. And what should be this? I'm just going to say test, add tag, and create the note. And there we go. You can see it's, yeah, now it's 9:59. Here is the created time. Here is the updated time. Here is the content. Individual note page, test, that's the tag. And this is the editing capability. So if I click on that, I'm going to say test 1 to test edited. And now if I save changes, now you can see these two times, they should be different. Oh, the problem is that I'm selecting this created 2 times. This should be updated at, sorry. So if I reload the page, now you can see it's almost, how many seconds? It's 26 seconds. It's almost 26 seconds off. Updated at. I could edit it again, edit it to, and save it. Now you can see it says it's 10 a.m. right here. So all of the functionality works. Let's implement the UI, the Tailwind classes, and then we're going to implement this delete functionality as well. Just implement the UI first. Now that we're done with the UI, let's go ahead and let's implement this deleting functionality, and then we will be done. So on this button that has delete, I'm going to add an event that's going to be on click, an event listener, and this is going to say handle delete. There we go. Let's copy this. Let's come to the top. So when I click on this button, this should delete that specific note for me. I'm going to say function handle delete. Now, after, after you have clicked on this button, there is going to be a pop-up that is going to ask you, do you really want to delete this? And that comes from window.confirm. And window.confirm is basically going to say, are you sure you want to delete this? Let me just put it right here. And then if this is true, this means that you're sure that you want to delete it. And then we call another function that's going to be delete note that will come from our store. But just to make sure, we're going to pass in the ID of our note as well in here. Now, after the note has been deleted, let's create a new note. So I'm going to say 1 and 1 and 1, 2, 3, create a note. So if I click on this delete, we have this window.confirm. As soon as you say confirm is positive or true, you are redirected to the notes page. So you are redirected somewhere. And we already know how we can implement that. We have our router that comes from our use router from Tanstack Router. This object on this router object, we have a navigate method. And this navigate method, we have already talked about this. This is going to accept an object that's going to have a key of 2. And the value is going to be, where do you want the user to go? We want the user to go to notes. Now, we need to import this from our use note store. So I'm going to put that here. It doesn't export that. So let's come to our store. Here we implemented the add note functionality. Here we implemented the add tag. Now I'm going to implement the delete note right beneath the update note. This is going to be delete note. What do I want to do here? Well, where are all of our notes? All of our notes are within an array that's called notes, which is within an object that's called notes. So if I take a look at here, this is one of our notes, and all of our notes are right here. You can see it's one array that says note, capital N, and that holds all of our notes, the array. But then all of them are within the object. So you need to keep that in mind. They're within the object. So the way that I'm going to go about this is, remember we have this note ID. We need to make sure that we have this. And what I'm going to do here is, from that array, I want to forget one thing. All right. And that thing is going to be the node that the user has clicked on. And I want to return the remaining nodes. Forget one thing that the user clicks on to delete, and then return the remaining. Now, I am changing the state. So you need to have this set function because you want to change the state using Zustand. And here we are going to pass in the state. We want to change the state. That's why we're using the set method. And the set method gives us the state. On the state, if I do the dot, you can see we have this notes. And if I do the dot, we don't see anything else. That's enough. So we have this notes. This notes is going to be an object. Let's initialize that as well. Now, how do we want to delete a specific note? Well, we already have its ID right here. So I could just say any note that has this ID, forget about it using an underscore. So underscore in this situation is going to say, just ignore it, but then give me or spread the remaining notes. Remaining notes. All right. And what do we want to return from this method, from this set method? We want to return an object, which is an updated object. Now, keep in mind, I said all of the notes are within this notes object. And you can already see that here as well, because this note, initially, it is an empty object. Now, we said, forget the one that has the ID, but then return all of the other ones. What are the other ones? They are the remaining. So I'm going to say notes is now equal to this remaining notes. And let me just pass in a comma there. It doesn't know what this note ID is because we need to implement this in this signature as well. We need to give it the function signature to our type. So I'm going to come right here. I'm going to say delete note. And what is this delete note? This is going to have a note ID. ID is of type string. And since it doesn't, the actual function doesn't return anything, we're going to say the return type is void. And you might be saying, okay, it does return something. No, it doesn't. The set method returns something. The delete note method, it just calculates something. It doesn't return anything. So now that this part is done, let's save this. Let's bring this in and let's save that. We already saved this and now it should work. So if I click on this delete, we have this window. We know that we implemented that here. It says, are you sure you want to delete this note? I'm going to say, okay. And then it just deleted that. So let's delete this one. Hit enter. You can hit enter and that's going to work as well. Tag ID note, delete this one, delete, and this one, delete. There we go. We no longer have any notes. We have a bunch of tags, but we don't have any notes. And it doesn't matter where I click, it says no notes found. I could say new note 1111. Let's say some content on test. Create note, and there we go. We got all of our content. So here is the notes, the details page, the note details page, and I believe you're done with this one as well. The last page that we need to take care of is our tags page. And that's exactly what we are going to do next. Let's open up the tags page. I'm going to come right here, and here is our tags page. Let's take a look at our completed application. So our tags page looks simple. We are going to have some sort of a form on the top right here. And when we click on this add tag, we should be able to populate the tags here. And when it comes to an individual tag, we have the icon, the tag name, or the title for the tag. We have the ability to change that. And also we have the ability to delete that tag. So if I click on this delete, this is going to delete the tag for me. It seems pretty straightforward, but there are a few functions and methods that we need to add to our store in order for the changes that we make into this page to be reflected in the notes page as well as the vault page as well. So that's why we need to add these to our store, because the store is going to have that universal state of our application, which is coded using Zustand, and then we share that state with every part of the app that requires it. And let's just move forward. So in here, what I'm going to do is, and now you know I'm always creating a section element. There is going to be an H1 that's going to say manage tags. After that, so I created the title. I want to create the form element, the form. The form is going to have a method on it, but for now I'm not going to add that. Let's create a div. The div is going to have a label. The label is going to be for tag. And this is going to say create a new tag. After that, we will have an input, a simple input element. The type is going to be text because tag could have letters as well as numbers inside of it. And let's give it an ID, the same thing as the for attribute is. And so what we need to do is, much like our other input elements, we need to have an on change on this. So whenever the user types anything, even one character, we basically track that, give it to React, and then get the value from React again. So we could just add it right here and on change. And when we change this, whenever the change happens, we want to run a function, and you can call this anything you want, but since we're creating a new tag name, I'm just going to call it set new tag name, since this is going to be a state setter function. Why? Because we are changing the UI, so therefore you need to have use state. And once you learn this by heart, input elements on change, use state, and then the value comes from the initial state of that input or the state variable, then it's easier to understand. And on the input, we have e.target.value. That's going to give us the value. And here is the value. So we had set new tag name. That's the state setter function. The state variable is going to be new tag name. Save that. We need to create these so there are no errors. I'm going to say use state. And so what is going to be the initial state of our application? The initial state is going to be simple. Do we have anything in the input? No. So I'm going to say an empty string. And I've already explained why an empty string, why not null. So I don't want to waste your time further. I'm just going to move forward. Here we have new tag name. And this will be set new tag name. Let's capitalize the N, initialize this as well. There we go. So we got these. What else do we have? After this, we need to have this button that is gonna basically, you could call it submit or store our tag for us. So this is gonna be a button. The type of this button is gonna be submit. This is gonna submit the function or the method that the form is going to handle. It's gonna submit that. It's gonna say add tag. Let's save everything. Let's take a look at our changes. There we go. So the input is right here in front of it. It doesn't have styles. This is the default styles that Tailwind applies. Next up, we have, why there are two pages? Let me get rid of one. We have the actual content for the tag. So if we want to get the content for the tag, we already know where that is. That's inside of our store, right? So I could say use note store. Let's import that. So far, this is gonna help us to have the following stuff. We have the initial states for our notes and our tags, and then we have the add note, update note, delete note. Now I'm asking you a question. When I am using my store inside of the tags page, do I accept or get notes and tags, or do I take only one of them? Well, I should take only one of them because there is no trace of notes in our tags page. So it doesn't make sense if I take notes and put it in there. So I'm going to put in the tags. Now, we need to have some capabilities, but are those capabilities the add note, update note, delete note? No. Again, tags page doesn't care about notes. It just cares about tags. We don't care about these, but there is one method that is add tag that we need it. So I'm going to put that here, the ability to add a tag. But again, we need to have some functionality for editing a tag as well as or updating a tag and deleting a tag. We need to have these functionalities, but we are going to create them accordingly. So for now, let's just move forward. We did our form. After the form, I want to have some way to actually get however many tags there are in my local storage that is being handled by Zustand. So I'm going to have a div. Within the div, we're going to have the mother object. And we have done this a few times now, and you know how this works. Dot value, we get all the values of this object, which are tags, and this is going to give us an array. We map over the array. In each iteration, we get an individual tag, and for that individual tag, we create some JSX. What is that JSX that we want to create? It's as follows. So this JSX, again, this is preferential. You could go this way, or you could just leave it and come up with your own way. This is how I'm going to go about it. So this div is going to require a key. That's going to be tag.id for us. Now, because the layouting of these tags is going to be different, I'm going to have a few divs in here. So if I were to decrease the width of the window right here, you can see we have one line of content and then we have another line. But if I keep increasing the width of the window, now both of them are on the same line. Take a look at that. See? Because the reason that I did this was because when I clicked on this editing button or updating button, this form input, this was like really close to this one. Or if you go on really small screen sizes. So if you go to, this is 439, I went to all the way to 300. So if you're on 300, this is going to be really, really weird. You can see the save button is going to come on this input. So that's why I thought, okay, it's better if I just split them into 2 lines. So at least it doesn't do that for me, right? So most of these divs, they're just for layouting. All right, now that you know that, let's move forward. I'm going to have one div in here. This is going to have the tag icon from Lucid React. We're going to have a class name size 5 for this. And after this, what we need to do is we need to have this input that is in charge of editing. But this input is not being shown at all times. This is only being shown when we click on this input button. Then we want to show it. And this means that when I click on this, I'm trying to change something in the UI. So for this, I'm going to create another useState. So I'm going to call the state variable editing tag ID. We need to make sure that if I click on the interesting, I'm editing the interesting tag. I'm not editing some other tag that I have. So if this is true, I want to return an input element. What is that input element? It's going to have a type of text. The value for this, what is the value? Now guess what the value is for this one. Well, we don't know what the value is because it should come from our store for us. But for now, I'm just going to have something that is going to show that there is going to be a value. I'm going to call this editing tag name. The reason that it looks like editing tag ID is because both of these are going to be different states. Because as I'm changing the input, keep in mind, I'm changing the UI as well. So I need to have that. There is going to be an onChange in here. The onChange is going to change for us the input. Is going to basically listen for changes to our input, and that's going to be the state setter function for this editing tag name. So it's going to be editing tag name, but set editing tag name. And in here, we're going to pass an e.target.value. There we go. So far, everything's clear. Let's move up and create these 2 states. I'm going to come right here. I need to have a state for the tag ID. It's going to be editing tag ID as well as set editing. Let me just copy this. There we go. We have that. This is going to be use state. Now, what is going to be the initial state of this? Is the initial state for the tag ID going to be like empty? It's going to be a string, or what should this be? What do you think? So in here, what we need to pass in, we need to pass in the initial state from the store. How do I know what that is? Well, I don't know what that is. So what I can do is I can pass in here null. For now, I could say, okay, it could be string or it could be null, right? So that's going to be our editing ID. And then we're going to have editing tag name. So I'm just going to change these 2 to name. The initial state for this one is going to be an empty string. So let me just get this, and I'm going to say an empty string. This is going to be the initial state. Now let's move forward. So we don't have the setter function for this editing tag. We have not used the tag add tag. So let's just move forward. Let's come right here. What seems to be the problem here? We have, let me take a look at this. So we have this div that ends there. So let me cut this from here. So what is wrong in there? We have our input. Let me add the value here. That's going to come from that. Oh, we have already added the value. Okay, so I don't need to add it again. Save this. What seems to be the issue? Let me just take a look at this. Okay. Where is the issue? God, this is really big. Error formatting document. So this is missing. Let me take a look at this. We have the input that ends right here. We have the tag that ends there. We have the div that ends there. Everything seems to be okay. I'm not sure what the problem is. So let me just cut the input. Oh, we don't have the, we don't have the else clause for our ternary, because we either show the input or we show the name of the tag. So that comes in the else clause of the ternary. And that's going to be a span element that will hold tag.name. It shouldn't be here. Let me just cut it. It should be after the parentheses. There we go. See? Simple. Don't have to worry about it. Now that this part is done, what else remains? We have two errors here. We have two warnings because we didn't use those. There we go. So you can see we have all of our tags because the styles are off. It just looks horrible. But nonetheless, I'm going to keep moving forward. We created the first half of the tag, which is this icon as well as this name. But then we need to create the saving as well as the deleting. So you need to keep in mind where you are. This was this div. And now I'm going to go out of that div but I'm still inside of my object.values tags. I'm still inside of that because I want this entire thing to be repeated for as many tags as there are. I don't want only the name to be repeated and then I have one giant delete that deletes all of the tags. No, I want to have individual delete buttons. So I'm going to create another div, and then now this is going to be a little bit similar to what we did here, because once I click on this, you can see these two change. Now this cross is this is delete button. If I click on this edit, it turns to a cross, right? And it doesn't delete the tag anymore. So the functionality changes as well. But that comes whenever we say editing tag ID and we select the appropriate tag, then this happens. Otherwise, this happens. So what do I want to happen? I want to have a button. Whoops. I want to have a button that is basically going to say save. So this is going to say save. Let's import that from Lucid React class name. The size of this, I'm going to set it to 5. And here, there is going to be two buttons. So one button is going to say save. The other button should say, it should be that cross, right? It should say the X. So let's import the X from Lucid React. The size of this is going to be size 5 as well. I hope it's readable enough for you. And yeah, that's it. Let's jump to the other clause. So for this one, what I can do is I should create 2 more buttons and save the button. And then let me, you know what? Let me just cut this. Let me cut this, cut it, hit enter, add it. And now I should hit enter. What seems to be the problem? Everything is okay. Anyway, so I'm right here. I'm going to cut this, hit enter, and then I'm going to add it. So we're going to have 2 buttons. One of the buttons is going to say edit 2. Did we import it? Yeah. Let me take a look at the top. Edit 2. Yep, we did import that. And this is going to be class name size 5. Let me just copy this class name. And then we have the trash icon, right? Trash 2. And that. There we go. Where is the rest of the button? /. There we go. There still seems to be something. Oh, because we're returning two things. You cannot return two things. So I could cut this, create a React fragment, put it there, and cut this, create a fragment, put it there. And now there seems to be something off again. We ate the, I ate the closing tag for the div. I need to add that. So div /, this should go back. And what else is the problem? Why am I messing up the HTML? We have this div, it ends right here. So, okay, I know what the problem is. We messed up the closing tag for this one as well. I messed everything up. Sorry for this. So, you know what? I'm going to cut until the question mark. I'm not sure what's wrong in here. Okay, there was a problem. Let's get rid of there. Okay, let's go up. What seems to be the issue? It says no corresponding closing tag. This is your corresponding closing tag. And then it goes to this div. It shouldn't go to that div. No, that's the... Yep. There we go, fixed it. So basically I ate one closing tag, therefore we got all of those errors, and I'm sorry for that. You had to go through it, but this is something that you're eventually going to go through. So the only thing important is for you to keep your cool. And now I just can do this. Okay. And this one parent element. It does have one parent. You know what? I'm really sorry for this. I'm not sure what the problem is, because up until here, it should have one parent element. Yep, I see. So we are outside of that div, and I did say you need to be inside of this div. So let me collapse this div. I need to be inside of there, and then let me just bring back my stuff. Everything was okay right here. So this part is okay. Let me cut this, and we should have a div element. Save that. Everything is okay. Go inside of that div, put it there, and again there is a problem. Where does this div end? It ends there. This div ends there. Let me just cut this part, cut this div. You can see everything is okay, right? And now I can create a div, save this, and then within the div I can do this. But this requires opening and closing curly braces. Save this. I am not sure what the problem is. Syntax error. Expected. Okay, let me add a parenthesis in there. Oh, finally. There we go. Everything for just one parenthesis was missing. So there we go. Now you are really sure. You know what this is, and it works. There we go. So we have these. The styling is off. Don't worry about it. We're going to fix that. So now that these are done, if there are no tags, we should handle that as well, right? So I'm going to go outside of our big div, the div that was responsible for creating individual tags. And in here, I'm going to say object.values. I'm going to pass in tags. If the length of this is equal to 0, well, this means that we don't have any tags. So in here, I'm just going to pass in a paragraph. I'm going to say no tags yet. Tags yet. Create one to get started. There we go. So what I would like to do next is pause the video, apply all the styles, and I'm going to come back and then we're going to implement the rest of the functionality. Here we are, all the styles are applied, and you can see it looks so much better than before. I forgot to add a placeholder for our input right here. And there we go. New tag name. Perfect. The first thing that I want to do is implement the handling of the tag by the form. So I'm going to say on submit handle add tag. I could call it add tag, but then I have a method by that name. Let's say function. What do I want this function to do for me? The only thing I want this to do for me is to add this tag. So handle add tag. And since this is going to be a submit event, we need to have our React.form event, e.preventDefault. There we go. So let's save this. Where am I? Let's move forward. Let's move to the top. There we go. So when I click on this button, on this add tag button, I want to run this function. But I want to run this function whenever there is actually something inside of the tag. So now if I go to my completed application, if I click on this, you can see it says, please fill this out, because we have implemented this required. Now I could implement this again in here. I could say if there is a new tag name, then run something. But I don't think this is necessary, because as long as it's empty, HTML is not going to let it do anything. So this conditional, I don't think it makes any sense. So whenever we click on this, we're going to say add tag. We're going to call that, and we're going to pass in the new tag name. But let's trim it as well, just to get rid of the empty spaces. And then once we add it, what do we want to do next? There is something that we want to do next. So in here, I'm going to say tag -1. Let's add it. And now we did add that. We don't see it here, but we added that. But this input is still, it still says tag 1. So let's just make sure that the input is empty. Set new tag name. I'm going to set it to an empty string. So as soon as I click on this, you can see it's an empty string. And there we go. We got our tag added. Now you could filter the tags and show the tags that you have created newly on the top based on the date that were created. But then you need to make sure you need to update your tag interface as well with all of that. It's going to get a little bit complicated and I don't care about it, so I'm just going to leave it here. Now if I were to click on this, you can see it says please fill this out, even though we didn't add a check to it. HTML does it for us. All right. Next up, let's go ahead and implement the functionality to actually edit this tag. So for that one, if we were to click on this, we should see the input and we should see these two icons change. So there are some UI changes that we want to implement. So let's go ahead and let's implement that. Here we are. This is the edit button. And on buttons, we have this on-click event. Whenever we click on this button, we want to run something. And we could call this start editing or start updating. We need to pass in the tag ID, because if I click on the tag that is 123, I don't want to edit the tag that is 456. So tag ID is essential that we need to pass. And then we need to also pass in the tag name. Why? Why do we want to pass tag name? Because if I come right here, if I click on this, you can see I still have that interesting, the name of the tag. Maybe I just want to add -1 to it and then save it. But we need to get what the previous name of that was. We need to get that. So I'm going to copy this, come right here below the handle tag. I could just collapse this. There's going to be a lot of functions here. So let's just collapse that. And for this one, I'm going to say start editing. It's going to accept a tag ID that is going to have a type of string. And it's going to have whatever the current name of the tag is. I could call it current tag name, so it's not confusing at all. Now, what do I want to do? I want to change something in the UI. Now, keep in mind, when I click on this pen icon, I'm not talking to my store. When I click on the save icon, then I'm talking to my store. But on the pen icon, on this pen, which is this edit icon, I just want to change the UI. What change do I want to make? I want to change this pen to the save, delete to the cross or to the X, and I also want to see the event, the input in here. So I'm going to say set editing tag name. I'm going to set it to tag ID. I'm going to use that because that is going to handle the input for us. I'm also going to grab the tag ID. I think I did this in reverse. So to the tag name, I'm going to pass in the current name. I'm also going to get the set editing. Make sure you don't confuse these two like I did. Tag ID. There we go. Let's save this. So if I come right here, whoops, this should be tag.name. Let's save this. Now, into our working app, if I click on this, I'm just changing the UI. See, I'm not doing anything to my store. I'm just changing the UI. And taking a look at this, I did some changes to the UI. It has, this 6 is too much, gap 2. So I'm going to change this gap to 2. And now take a look at the you know what? It should be 6 because there should be enough space for the user to click on this pen or click on this delete. See, there is more space, but here the space is less. I can increase this to 4. You can see now it looks a little bit better, more balanced. And that's it. You can see the functionality doesn't work because we just changed the UI of our app. Now, what if I want to click on the save and I want to be able to update the UI? Well, in that scenario, we need to click on the save. We need to add an event listener on click. And I'm going to say, okay, when I click on you need to run a function. That's going to be handle update tag. Just run this function. And this function is going to require a tag.id as well, because we need to be clicking and updating the correct tag. And here is where we're going to make some changes to our store, because the name of the tag is coming from the store. And when I change it, I need it to go back to my Zustand. And so Zustand can update my local storage as well. So we're done with the start editing. We are on to our next function. That's handle update tag. And for this one, we have a tag ID of type string. And whenever I update this, what do I do? What do I do? So I click on this. I do, again, interesting. And I click on this again. It means that these two states that I've used here, they're going to go back to their normal initial state. So I'm going to copy these two, put it right here. What is the initial state for our tag ID? It's null. We're not editing anything. And the initial state for this is an empty string. But we need to run a function to edit this. And I'm going to run this function if we have an editing tag name. So let me grab these, put these there, and you could call it whatever you want. I'm just going to call it update tag. And then we need to pass in the specific tag that we clicked on. And then if we want to change, if we want to update the name, we just want to make sure to trim that as well. So editing tag name dot trim. There we go. So we have our editing tag name. Now we have not created this function. We need to go ahead and create it. So I'm going to copy it, put it, where is our store? This should be the first thing, right? This should be the first thing. So this comes from our store as well. Let's jump into our store and let's create it. This is going to be super simple, super simple. So what do we want to do? We have a tag ID and then we have a tag name. And this function is only responsible for changing or updating the tag name. We need to have our set method because that is changing the state in Zustand. And what do we want to do here? Well, basically, we want to return an object that is tags. Within the tags, we have all of the previous tags here on the state. And what do we want to do with the new tag? With any new tag, now keep in mind, we don't want to change the ID of the tag. We just want to change the name of the tag. So I'm going to grab the previous state for that specific tag, and I'm going to pass in the tag ID here because I don't want to change that, and I just want to change the name. So I'm just going to pass a name in there. There we go. We got that. Now, the next thing we need to do is we need to actually go ahead. This should be tags. We need to go ahead and fix the signature of this into in our index. So I'm going to come right here. This is going to be update tag. What does it require? It requires a tag ID, whoops, with a type of string, and it also requires a name with a type of string. What does this function return? It returns nothing, so void. There we go. Update tag is declared here. Handle update tag. Okay, yeah, the name is incorrect. So let me just copy it, put it here, handle update tag. Should this be handle update tag? No, this should be update tag. Sorry for this. So let me just pass it there, and pass it. Handle is the function that we run when we click the button. So there we go. Let's save this. Now, I should be able to come here, click on this, and I say, let's remove 3. And as soon as I say save, and there we go, we got it saved. So if I reload the page, this still says 12. All right. So we handle the add tag, the start editing, the handle update tag. What should be the next logical step? Well, the next one is for us to be able to implement the deleting of the tag. So if I click on this, it should delete the tag. Let's implement the function. To which one? Here is the trash. So on this one, I'm going to say on click. Whenever I click on you, run the following function. What is the name of the function? It's going to say handle delete tag. And we need to pass in the correct tag as well. And let me just copy the name. Let's go to the top. Beneath this handle update tag, let's just create a function. Now, we said that this is going to require a tag ID just to make sure we delete the one that we clicked on, not any other. So whenever we delete this, of course, there's going to be a window prop that's gonna ask us, are you sure? So we're gonna say window.confirm. Let me just pass in this long string. This is basically going to say that, are you sure you want deleted? Because this is going to be deleted from all of the nodes. If you delete this tag, it will be deleted from all of the nodes. And if the user says yes, we are going to run a function that's called delete tag. And then to this function, we're going to pass in the tag ID. And now we need to jump into our store. Sorry, this should be delete tag. Yeah, there we go. So let me just copy this. Come to our store, put it there, and we need to come right here, collapse that, come right here, put it there. So what does this accept? This is going to accept a tag ID, and this is going to return for us this set method that is going to change the state for us. Now, how are we going to go about this? We already did something like this. It was the delete one. So we're going to do something like this for updating, for deleting our tags as well. How did we go about this? So we said we have all of these nodes, okay? We want to leave this node That's why we said underscore, but we want to keep the remaining notes. So the note for which the ID is the same, when we click on that delete note button, when we clicked on that back in that section when we talked about it, we deleted that specific note, but we kept the remaining notes. So that's almost the same way we're going to go about this. So we have this state. On the state, we have all of our tags. And this is, what is this going to return for us? Let me say const. This is going to return for us the current tag, which has this ID. We're going to say, okay, I want to leave this, but I want to keep all the remaining tags. So I want to delete this. It means I want to throw this tag away, but I want to keep all the remaining ones. Now, this is going to do that for me, but then I need to think about this. There are other notes. There are notes that are going to have this tag. So when I delete the tag from here, what did I tell the user? I told the user, if you click on this, it will be removed from all notes. So let's jump into our store and let's try to implement that. So we said we don't want this tag, but we want to remove it from all of our notes as well. So I'm in here, I'm going to create a variable. I'm going to call it updated notes. And this is going to be object. We know where all of our notes are, right? So I'm going to say entries. In here, I'm going to say state dot. This is going to give me all of my notes here. And then what I want to do is when I delete a tag, I want to take a look at all of my notes. And from every note that has that specific tag ID, I want to delete the tag from the note. Keep in mind, I'm changing the UI in some way. So I need to make sure that this works correctly for me. So what I want to do is I have something big, right? And then when I remove one thing from it, that becomes a little bit smaller. AKA, I want to use the reduce method here. Because the reduce method has something that's called the accumulator or the aggregate. This is going to hold the final result for me. But what kind of a result is this? The result is some sort of a note ID as well as the note. Some sort of a note ID as well as the note. A note ID and note for me. And what do I want to do? What do I want to do with this note and note ID? What do we want to reduce from here? We want to reduce when the ID is the same for that specific tag. But first, I'm going to get all of the previous notes. So that's why I'm going to say triple dot ACC or accumulator, because the accumulator is going to have all of the previous notes. But then for the current note ID that has that specific tag for me, I want to remove that. But keep in mind, I just want to remove the tag. I don't want to change the title. I don't want to change the title or the content. It means I don't want to do anything to this note aside from changing the tag ID. So I'm going to say tag IDs. This is going to be equal to node dot. As soon as I do that, we have the tag IDs. Now, which tag ID do we want to throw away and which one do we want to keep? If the tag ID is the same, we want to throw it away because that's the tag that we deleted. But if it is not the same, it means we did not delete it. We want to keep it. So we want to filter out the ones that are not the same. So I'm going to pass in here. So if the ID is not the same as tag ID, we are going to keep that because this is something that we did not delete. Now, what do I mean by this? What do I mean by all of this? So if I come right here, if I go to my notes, I don't have any note. I say one, interesting, click on there. So this note, it has this tag, interesting, and this tag has a specific ID. Now, if I delete this tag, it means I am filtering it out. I'm throwing it away. So this tag, interesting, has an ID. It is the same ID as the one that is right here. So this interesting right here is the same as this interesting right here. It's the same thing. So if it is the same thing, when I delete it, I should delete it from here as well because it is the same thing. But what if I have let's say 23 and 34. I have two more tags. But let's come to this note. Let's go to edit. Let's add 1, 2, add tag, save it. If I come to my notes, I have 3 tags. This note includes one of them. Now I delete this, which one was that? 1, 2. So I delete this 1, 2, which means the ID of 12 is the same as the 12 that is right here. That's the same, but which IDs are different? It's this 23 and 34. So the different ones are the ones that I'm going to keep. See, I just kept 23 and 34, but I got rid of that 12. And that's exactly what this filter does for us. Okay. Now we need to make sure that this is correct because our reduce method, it requires an initial value as well. So take a look at this. So here is this pink parenthesis. It ends right here. So before it ends, we need to pass in the initial state, which is an empty object. So now that we have passed in the initial state, here the reduce ends right here. The reduce ends right here. So after where the reduce ends, what do we want to return from our set function? Keep in mind, we are still within the set. As you can see by this line, we are still within the set. So from the set, we want to return something that the user can see. We want to return the remaining tags, as well as the updated notes. There we go. Now we need to make sure that the signature is within our index.ts as well in here. So what is the name of the function? It is delete tag. Let's come right here. I'm going to pass in delete tag. This is going to accept a tag ID. Tag ID, this is going to have a type of string. And again, this is not going to return anything. Let's save this, and save this. And I hope everything's clear because I tried to explain it very clearly. So coming right here, we have just a bunch of tags. So let's try to delete them. There we go. We deleted that. Deleted this. Do we have any notes? Yes. We have a new note 1111 that has a tag of text test. So I'm going to come right here, test, delete this, and it does all of what I just said. If I come right here, you can see it changed the JSX, and this is really, really interesting. And I think there is just one thing missing. I believe aside from that, our application is completed. So I'm going to click on this, delete this note. Let's create my journey. And this is going to be some content, my J, and I'm going to say create new note. There we go. It doesn't have any tag. I could say edit. I should say my J, add tag, and then save it. There we go. Now, if I come right here, if I click on this, my J, if I click on this cross, it's not going to do anything for me. It should do something for me. And let's go ahead and implement that. So if I click on this X, we should go back to our initial state. We should go back to our initial state, right? Let's see. So I'm right here in the tags. If I click on this, and then if I don't change anything, I click on this, I go to my initial state. So it doesn't have anything to do with my store because I didn't change anything. I just want to go to my initial state. And I need to, you know what, I just remember something. So if I say hyphen, and then if I click on X, it's not going to add it. Yeah. Okay. I was worried I might not have handled that. So here, I'm going to say on click. And what do we want to say? I want to go to my initial state for the tag. So I'm going to say run a state setter function that is set editing tag ID, and it should be no because I don't know what the initially that is. So if I click on this and then if I click on X, it goes initial to the initial. And even if I just get rid of this and if I click on X, it's not going to save it to my store. There we go. We got 198. And with this, our application comes to an end. I hope you enjoyed it. This was a really long app, I know, but we learned a lot of stuff. And as you can see, everything is working perfectly fine. I could say copy, and let's just add as many content as we want. We could say 1, 2, 3, add. Any note could have more than one tag if we wanted to. There we go. It's really responsive. If there is anything with the layout you want to change, feel free to change that. So if I come right here, everything works. We shouldn't have any errors. Let's reload the page. You can see we have nothing. So if I come tags, just zoom out. We have all of our tags here. If I delete this, and if I come to my notes, we don't have that tag. And if I delete this, come to my note, I don't have that. And we have this no tags yet. Let's say 1, 2, 3, hit enter. There we go. Maybe I want to change 1, 2, 3 to 4, 5, 6. Click, there we go. Let's come to this. Maybe I want to give it 4, 5, 6 and save changes. And there we go. And there we are. So we have the ability to filter our notes. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, say, create new note. If I come to my notes, only the 4, 5, 6 one. And I think we already handled all this. And that should be it. That's it. So that is it for this application. I really enjoyed creating it, and I enjoyed even more teaching it. See you in the next one.